I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought? You just...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.
And now, your mama knows. And now, your mama knows.
Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Epic Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Epic Entertainment.
And now, your mama knows.
Oh, what's going on, guys? It's the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I'm back with another video, another live stream, and I'm just sitting here hitting the weights a little bit. Waiting for the show to start. And thank you guys for popping in. So today, what do we have? Well, it's another day in sunny Jacksonville, Florida. For me. For you guys, I'm glad you showed up so we could just dine in hell. All right. No, guys, listen. I'm just happy to sit here and be able to converse with you guys over whatever topics we get into. But one thing I want to say is I shot the fire at the Dark community. Now, I don't expect Doc to come showing his face, because he already know. Now, Doc, I seen your last video. You know what? I'll be that ugly pet that you like. Fine. But you look just like that frog on your page. It's not a turtle, because turtle is my favorite animal. You look like a frog. But with that being said, you know, me and Doc, we've had a great history together, met in person, we know each other, and it's cool. But I told Doc probably 2 years ago that what you don't want is the cowboy to turn into the anti-Doc Dark 1985, meaning I will be coming for you day in, day out. You know what Doc said? Doc said, do it. And you know, I got a new job, I got really busy, and I just didn't have time for it, and the energy shifted. But I'll say this, I'm this close to becoming the anti-Doc Dark 1985. So Doc, don't push that red button. Because if you push that red button, trust and believe and trust, it ain't gonna turn out well for you. You already seen what I did to Purple Haze. Got her running scared. So don't make yourself be another victim. Or should I say, I'll make you famous. Now, that being said, I'm done talking a little bit of smack. Oh, wait, I'm not done yet. To the Doc Dark community, you need to stop coming to my page, my channel, on my videos, crying about me making videos on Doc Dark. I told you I could make whatever damn videos I want on Doc Dark. You guys better accept it and move on. You little crybabies. You're like gnats. I'm trying to... Anyway, all right. So, guys, if you're new to the channel, I'm the Cowboy King of Entertainment, a.k.a. Anthony L. Lewis in real life, the master of vlogging, the all-purpose champ, the king of content. And do a lot of vlogging over here, gaming, podcast, you name it, it goes down. Movie reviews, product reviews, the whole nine. And I always say, don't do YouTube like me, because I do everything I want. So when people like Doc Dark little guys roll up, that's why your channel is failing. Buddy, my channel is fun for me. It's a hobby. I don't need to follow all the other YouTubers that got to follow and be a slave to the algorithm. No. I do what the hell I want, because I want. I got a job that pays my bills. I don't need YouTube money to pay my bills. I just love coming on here and chatting with you guys. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair. And we're going to get into today's show, whether Doc Dark cronies pop up or not. All right. So, what's going on to everybody out there? Make sure I'm loud and clear. You guys can hear me pretty good. Let's see. Yep, I got the microphone I want to use. Usually my computer just decided to switch stuff, but it didn't today. So let's see who's in the building. Maker of Chaos. I tip my hat to you, sir. I'm glad you didn't die on the plane. Oh, my man. Let's go. Dodge Man is in the building. Mike, I call you Cowboy. What's going on? Obi's in the building. Obi, I just want to say one thing to you, Obi. Just one thing. Welcome to the Chosen Zone! I miss that so much. So put my spin on it. Welcome to the Gun Show. All right. Obi, what's up, man? He said, we're in the building, Cowboy. Need to know how we feeling about Seth Hill run. Want to know how we feeling about Joe Hendry. And yeah, you know what, man? So what's cool for me is Seth Rollins is my current favorite wrestler, right? So in this day and age, out of the most recent wrestlers to come in, Seth Rollins is my current favorite wrestler. I haven't found anybody else that came after him that I like more than him. So for me, I always said he was the best one in the Shield, and I'm glad to see this run. And the other question you have is, say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. You know what? I never seen him wrestle besides against Orton, but a lot of people I know kept mentioning his name. So I said his name. So I actually looked him up, and I was watching like his interview and everything, and the dude seems cool to me. So I think it's cool that he showed up. I'm sure one day he'll be on WWE at some point, but I like the dude. Now him losing to Randy, I guess it sucks because he's a TNA champion, but it's like you wasn't going to have him beat Randy Orton. So it is what it is. Let me see. Gamer Live Studios, let's go. What's up, Gamer Live Studios? Thanks for popping in, man. Listen, I haven't seen your name before. If you're here to support Doc Dark, then bring it on, because it's going to be brought in. And I'm going to make you famous. Just saying. But no, I appreciate you popping in. Oh, CMG. What's going on, CMG? How's New York treating you? All right. So with that being said, I am going to drop the link. You know how it goes over here. I put the link in the chat because I'm not afraid like some people like Doc Dark or Purple Haze or whoever. I dropped that link and anybody could jump in. Again, don't come in here with no crazy stuff, no pornographic stuff or nothing crazy because I'm going to boot you up out of here real quick. However, I'm going to drop the link. Anybody can join and be a part of the show. And another thing, if you guys are new, this isn't just gaming. We could touch any topic. You guys in the chat is just as important as the people on the panel. So if you got something you want to talk about, throw it in the chat. I'll definitely go over it. If it's a good topic, we give it a run. If it's a whack topic, then it's just really not going to go nowhere. But it is what it is. You never know till you throw it out there. Also, Mystic Fragments is in the building. Let's go. Mr. Fragments, it's been cool, man. Recently, you posted a lot of shorts from the episode that I was on, and I love seeing it. I love commenting. I know YouTube loved the comments as well. Is this about the low-end PC stuff? If so, you both are wrong. Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it. So I was just responding to Doc Dark's video. You know how we do a rebuttal video. But a bunch of people from his channel kept coming to my channel crying. You trying to make Doc Dark look bad. Crying. You keep saying this. Shut your mouth. The Cowboy King of Entertainment do what he want. Because I know Doc Dark personally. And me and Doc could take shots at each other whenever the hell we want. And first of all, I am above Doc Dark 1985. Okay? He's here and I'm here. So I say what I want about him. So you little crybabies, go somewhere. I'm sorry. Wait. So tell us how we're both wrong. Let's hear it. And my stance on the low-end PC was just simply, he was saying that he would recommend, if anything, he would still recommend it for you playing old games. And I just felt that was a bad take in my point of view, because it's going to be 900 or plus, right? Why would I pay 900 plus? Hold on. Why would I play 900 plus just for old games? Like, old games I've already played and beat. Now, I know some people are stuck on the old games, but I feel like that's when they get the Xbox Series X and they're like, dude, the Xbox Series X, you can play the old games better with higher graphic fidelity. Cool, because you already bought that for something else. But to just be like, let me just buy a low to mid tier PC just because. You know what? Hold on. I gotta, you know what? That just makes me want to pump some iron, man. Just hold on. This guy, man. Let's go. I believe in Joe Hendry. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. All right. Try to bust out a couple of those. Oh, let me hit some of these. Let's do some of these. Guys, secret, put the weights low. Bang out the reps. You was always taught to lift super heavy, super heavy. You have your heavy moments, but you bang them reps out. All right. If I could just get my stomach down, that'd be good. All right. Where was I? All right, so Gamer Life Stewart said, hell no, Doc Dark nonsense, LOL. That's what I'm talking about. Gamer Live Studios, you're with me. We're going to put an end to Doc Dark and his nonsense. Yo, Goon Squad in the building. Mystic Fragments laughing. So it begins. This is right. Listen, Dodge Man, are you not entertained? Guys, I'm sorry. YouTube allows an idiot like me to get on here with a cowboy hat and just have fun. But if any of you guys got a problem with me coming on YouTube with a cowboy hat, laughing, joking, then I got one thing for you to know. And I'm just saying. Just saying. Where is FCAT? All right, so that's not what I want to say, but I want to put the spotlight on my guy, FCAT. He will be popping in at some point. He said he doesn't have many topics, but like I said, you guys can bring up any topics you want. If you got a link, make sure you get the link to me. I'll put the link in, and we'll bring up whatever. We'll rebuttal, we'll debate, we'll do it all. Just remember, I'm the judge, jury, and executioner, all right? So what I say goes. Now, I'm just going to be a mediator unless you want to directly debate me. But we also got the jury, which is the people in the chat. But if you guys come on here and you have a problem, don't give me the crying, because I'm going to tell you this.
Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying. All right, now, Rude Diggs is in the building. Swag surfing. Let's go. Rude Diggs, my guy, Captain Canada, graced us. What's going on, Rude Diggs? Thanks for popping in. Goon is laughing. Bro, what the hell you laughing at? He said, then he's doing this workout. Then hey, bro, I just ate, actually, before you guys came in. My wife made me grilled cheese, and I had some pork and beans. Just saying. It was great. Gamer Live Studios. It's a lot of fun over here, bro. Also, if you're a content creator, let me know. I'll post up the channel. Hopefully people will check you out, man. This over here, I am not the gatekeeper of entertainment. This is everybody's channel. All right? All right, so Maker Chaos said I got a low end PC, and it was the best decision ever. Really, Maker Chaos. Definitely better than the Switch 2. Damn! Shots fired at the Switch 2. Yo, TPG said, where's the link? Man, hold on, bro. I'm coming. All right? I'm going to get there with this link. Just give me a moment. Let me keep, doing my thing. I'm about to head over to Planet Fitness. Let's go, CMG. Yo, man, since I moved to Florida, it's crazy. I put on some considerable amount of muscle. Like, I think it's just because all I do is eat. junk food. Let me get some jelly beans while I at it. Guys, I love jelly beans. Just saying. And the regular jelly beans, too. I don't care for like Skittles, jelly beans, and all that nonsense. Regular jelly beans, baby. That's what we do. Alright, alright. I'm about to add a link. Anybody can join. I'm just saying. If there's any Doc Dark fanboys in the building, you want to come up here and you guys are warned in my chat. So you want to come on up here and we can debate, or we can have a conversation. Bring it on. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you something I did real quick. I thought it was funny myself. I'm just saying. Maybe everybody didn't think this was funny. So, give you guys a little context. Me and Doc been going back and forth in a few videos lately. So, last night, I think it was last night, I made this video, but I had a message for the Doc Dark community.
This 5 can do.
And you're going to spend infinitely more money just to run those old games.
If you already got one of these next generation consoles, then you could definitely...
A lot of silly people that watch your content. All right, here we go.
Transparent with you. Doc Dark 1985. I hope that helps somebody out.
Doc, the only person that helps somebody out is somebody that's silly. But since you got a lot of silly people that watch your content, you might have helped a lot of them out. And I'll say this too. For any of you silly little Doc Dark fans,
I don't fuck with you. You little stupid ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
if you got a problem with the Cowboy King of Entertainment, I keep telling y'all.
You little dumb ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
Tuesday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Keeping it real with the Cowboy. You got a problem? Come see me. I'll put you on the actual panel and we could debate live. Or you could still be a coward and stay in the comment section and debate me from there too. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, spending $1,000 for
Low to mid-tier PC like this.
for old games, that's not a good look. Guys. Alright, so that was the video I made. Let me just go to this, what I said to Doc. What we do when we're content creators ain't a damn thing Doc could do about it anyway, and we have the authority to make content and to go back and forth, so it's pretty cool and pretty fun for us. But with that being said, whoa, me and Doc. So when everybody, Doc Dark little crybabies, you keep talking about Doc. There you have it. Me and Doc. Yes, we know each other. We met in person. That's me and Doc. It's not Photoshop. That's me and Doc. Okay? Me and Doc. We know each other. I literally got a cell phone. He has mine. We literally can text each other and I know his real name, which I'll never tell any of you guys. We know each other, okay? So stop crying. All right, back to this. I could do about it anyway, and we have the authority to make content and to go back and forth, so it was pretty cool and pretty fun for us. But with that being said,
You little dumb ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
and now, all right. Listen, I enjoy YouTube. You know, they allow me to have nonsense. All right, let me get to the chat, and then I'll let you guys on. Let me see. If I get on, I can't promise I won't get into a fight with someone. Oh, snap. Bro. Listen, I'm not promoting violence. Internet violence. But you know, Maker Chaos, it's in your name. So if you gotta come on here and cause some chaos, bro, you gotta handle your handle. Now, I'm not gonna let it get crazy and out of control. I'm gonna obviously, when people start cutting each other off and stuff, I have to separate you guys so people can get a full thought. What I don't like is when people are debating and you can't even hear what somebody got to say because the other person talking over the person. That won't happen here. We're going to have it constructive and conformative, and it's going to be good. All right. Obi laughing? Hey, Obi, you laughing, bro. Cowboy, you a damn... Hey, listen, bro. I want to say this. Obi, Rose, look in my eyes. I love you, bro. You was in my wedding. You was one of my groomsmen. Since the day we met, you've been a cool dude. And I miss you, bro. And I'm glad I got to see you before I moved from New Jersey. From the bottom of my heart, you're one of my peoples, man. Just want to say I love you, bro. And listen, guys, saying I love you to another man, there's nothing wrong with that. That's called heart. And I respect that man. And I can say it live. All right. Anyway, I know Seth, your boy, but that is why I had to ask. Definitely, man. I think it's cool. I think it's going to be a good storyline. I'm sorry, I'm a bit behind. We'll catch up on the spotty. Not a problem at all, man. Cowboy acting like Seth Rollins. Let's hear that laugh. You know I got the Seth Rollins laugh down. I believe in Joe Hendry. My son watches him on TNA with his mom. He loves. That's cool, man. Yo, what's going on, BB? Say what up, man. Doc is confusing gamer. He is I don't know that the PC is an Xbox. So here's my thing with Doc. Doc is a fraud. Okay? Doc is my guy. But I'm the only person that's calling Doc out. You guys keep falling for the lies, calling him a PC guy. Now, when he did the whole PC switch, I didn't watch Doc content for like a year. I got a new job. I was super busy during the day. Couldn't catch up. I missed it all. So that's why I got a full, clear mind, because I know Doc is on some nonsense. Doc calls himself a PC gamer, but what Doc don't let you guys know is all Doc do is play Xbox games on PC Game Pass, therefore making him still a bot. You can fool everybody else, Doc, but I'll never call you a PC gamer. You're an Xbot, and you're trying to do it in a different way. Here's my problem. The fact that Doc says he's a PC guy and he still shows up in his videos going against PlayStation, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. Because we can see that you're oozing green and you're defending Xbox. Bro, you're a bot. And I would respect you more if you came out and just said, I am a bot. And said, X gonna give it to you. It's gonna give it to you. X gonna give it. All right, I'm sorry. Guys, I get a little carried away sometimes, and I apologize. All right, so I want Kenny Omega and WWE at least one match, CM Punk versus Kenny Omega. Did they ever face each other in AEW? And I feel like CM Punk to me is washed up. Damn, Cowboy, like them broke back Cowboys. Hey, calm down, bro. Oh, Cowboy calling Doc a fake gamer. I mean, he's not a fake. He's a gamer. Doc play games. I'm not saying Doc's a fake gamer. I'm just saying Doc is a X gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you. But Xbox is a publisher. He's a PC gamer. No, Q Beanie. No. Q Beanie, I will whack you with this damn keyboard. No. He is a bot. And you're a bot. So you will be defending a bot. And you try to do the same thing. I'm a PC gamer. No, you're a bot. What are you guys doing to me? Playing PC games on PC doesn't make him a PC gamer. I agree. Wait, did we just agree? Oh, okay. Cool. I'll take that. All right, so let me put the link in the chat so any of you guys could join. Like I said, don't come on here with no nonsense. You might be some Doc Dark fanboys trying to come up here with your pitchforks and, yeah, I don't like what you say. Shut your mouth! Just come on here and be cool, bro. We could all be cool. Like the other dude, Devil something, he was warring with me in the chats on my videos. And I said, bro, I challenge you, come on the show. And he came on the show. And it was cool. We was laughing, joking. He's a cool dude. You know? Uh-oh. You know what? The man of the hour. You know what, Doc? I pleaded with you not to buy my favorite game. I begged you not to buy my favorite game. And you're going to stoop that low to buy my favorite game so you can play it at higher frames than me, and you don't even care about Prototype. You know what, Doc? I'm this close to becoming the anti-Doc Dark 1985th. I told you about 2 years ago I was going to do it, and I didn't. So if you don't want a storm coming down on you with furious anger, I suggest you return my favorite game to GameStop or Steam charts or wherever the hell you bought it from, and we won't have a problem. Capiche? Oh, hold on. Playing PlayStation games on PC. He's still a PC gamer, not a PlayStation gamer. Sony is a publisher also. Man, shut up. How about that? I'm going to play this track. Hey, Doc, those are fighting words. Hey, Doc, you better not play my game and stream it. That's all I know. You know what? Hold on. I need a crack at this. Hold on. Doc, you better not be playing my game and streaming it and talking trash about it. You know what, Doc? Go ahead. I guarantee you, you have not played any game like Prototype. Period. There is no better sandbox game like Prototype. Period. Spider-Man ain't better than Prototype. What was that game where you was they had the commercials? What's his name was in the commercials? My man that was big and jacked. They have part of 3 of them. Terry Crews. What was the game for Xbox that Terry Crews did the trailer for? And you could like knock buildings down and all that. That ain't better than Prototype. Infamous ain't better than Prototype. Grand Theft Auto ain't better than Prototype. None of those games are better than Prototype. Woo! This root beer be hitting. All right. I can't wait to Prototype 3 on Xbox and PC. You know what? Yeah, Crackdown. There you go, Doc. Man, you know what? I was excited for Crackdown 3 because I always wanted a Prototype type game, right? To, you know, whatever game I felt could keep the legacy going that plays similar to Prototype. And just no game give you that feeling. None of them. Like you see when I was streaming it, so I actually started playing it again. I played and beat it because I never streamed it before until about 2 months ago. I was like, you know what? Let me play and beat it and stream it. So I played and beat and streamed part 1. And I'm playing it like, dude, this game was amazing. People are looking like, what's that, some Spider-Man game? I said, bro, where do you think Spider-Man got this from? Just saying. But the crazy thing is Activision owned the rights to the game, but now Activision is taken over by Xbox, and now the rumors been swirling around that they might, make a part 3, so, or a remake or something. We got people remastering Oblivion. You remastering The Last of Us 1, 2, and can I not get a Prototype 1 and 2 remaster? Well, they did remaster it once on the PlayStation 4, and I guess on the Xbox, damn, there's too many Xboxes. On the Xbox One, whatever. But it looked good. It looked better. But you know, my thing is it's still an old game, and so it doesn't make me jump out my hat to play it because I played and beat it so many times. That's the one game I literally platinumed and didn't know I platinumed it. I played it so much, I did so much in it that when somebody was like, oh, you know, you platinum games, like, nah, I don't platinum games. I don't even know if I platinum a game. And I looked just to check. I was like, oh, damn, I platinum Prototype 1. But anyway, before I let you guys in, hit a little history lesson. So Radical was the original company that made Hulk Ultimate Destruction, which was the backbone of Prototype. So every move you see in Prototype, Hulk did it. And then they added even more stuff in Prototype. And Prototype 2, they went even further. But actually, Hulk had some stuff you can't do in Prototype. You used to be able to rip the telephone poles out the ground and just hit people with it. You could hit cars. You could hit cows. It was wild. But get this. From Prototype, you could grab a character, run up a building, and jump off and fall all the way down to the ground and slam them. Man, that game is amazing. Look, I don't even know if they can make another game like that because now the world's all sensitive, and he cut people in half and ripped people like it's wild. Anyway, all right, I'm sorry, I got caught up. My man Cubini said to TBF Cowboy, I haven't touched my Xbox to be frank, Cowboy, I haven't touched my Xbox in 6 months, and I haven't played any Xbox game on PC yet this year, and my Game Pass wasn't renewed since. Oh wow, that's wild. I'm just messing. Hey, listen, Cubini, let's just make this right here. There's a lot of people I piss off, Cubini. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of people who left the Discord because of me. I'm not gonna lie, and I know I like to talk smack. I use facts and not opinions. I usually, use logic and not emotions. But either way, there's a lot of people that I personally like that don't like me, right? So Cubini, you've never did nothing wrong to me. I miss you, bro. You're definitely one of the cool people. We used to chat it up sometimes on Facebook Messenger. So to me, you're a father, seem like a good dad, a family person. I respect you. And I just want to apologize for any time I did annoy you and piss you off and you did leave the Discord because of me. And I'm sorry for that. But, you're definitely one of the people that I call friend. And, definitely miss you. And I know, the console war is what we do. And I know you're, heavily invested in Xbox, PC. And, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to personally say I apologize, man, for anything that I did because I do miss you, man. So, now I can't say anything for FCAT and anybody else who drive you crazy. But for me personally, I apologize. All right, so I sold my Xbox for a PSP. What? I'm starting The Last of Us 2 again. Nice. Yo, after watching The Last of Us, it makes me want to actually play part 2. And I didn't care too much for part 2. It was way too long. I really think Abby's story should have been DLC, or you should have beat the game first and then, like Resident Evil Part 1, or a lot of Resident Evils, they make you go through it with Claire. You beat it with Claire or Jill, then you beat it with Jill, and you get to do it with Chris, right? Or vice versa. That's how it should have been. Woo! All right. FCAT said Cubini jumped ship. Now, throw the damn link. I'm gonna throw the link. Let me just get to the bottom. I swear. What ship? I've been working too much. Haven't played much beyond GTA Enhanced on PC. I didn't leave the Discord. I got hacked. Oh wow! And made another account. I seen the friend request, but I was like, I thought it was weird. I was like, wait a minute. Oh man, I'm sorry. Look, I'll do it right now. Damn, I didn't know that, man. You should have hit me up on a Messenger. Hold on, let me find it. How the hell do I find it? All right, can you send me another one so I don't take you too long trying to find it? LOL, I didn't rage quit, I swear. Oh, that's what we all thought. But I got you, bud. Yo, we really thought that. All right, man. Thank you, man. I haven't said nothing about your head being big in a long time. Hey, listen, Goon Squad, why you always gotta come at me, man? You don't want to make me keep wearing hats. It's okay if you did, Cubini. Oh man, The Last of Us season 2 will be very long. I know it's gonna be 2 damn seasons. All right, here we go. So to join the show, I'm sorry, guys. I get carried away sometimes. But I've been told by a bunch of people that they actually prefer me to do a show without guests. Now, me, I like to share, man. I like everybody to be on and have fun. But I've heard from a considerable amount of people that like, bro, you let guests come on. They start to dilute the show. They start talking about dumb stuff. They be arguing. And I'm like, I know, but I love my man FCAT and the people's coming on and we just laughing and joking. And sometimes I want to strangle him because he always trying to drag people into the console wars, but I don't know. I just love having people on. I feel like some people got a good stuff to say, right? But they don't want to make their own channel. So why not come over here? Like, let's just hang. All right. But that's why I kind of like to do this a little bit. So I kind of have just me for a little bit. And, before I let the guests come on, at least I'm kind of like, just jamming it up, laughing, joking, the whole shebang. But there you have it, guys. I just put the link in the chat. If anybody want to join, if any dark little supporters want to come on here and cry, feel free. I believe in Joe Hendry. FCAT in the building. Okay, one moment. All right. Just had to put a personal goal out there. All right. So coming in the building, red hot, is none other than my guy, the man, the myth, the legend that needs an introduction. Let's go. Let's give it up for F the Cat. F Cat, what's up?
Yo.
Yo, man. What's up, man? How you doing?
Echo on your side.
Oh, is it
Echo
echo?
on your side. Hey,
Say something.
check. All right.
I don't see my mic.
There.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't think it's echo, not on the stream. I think we're good.
I was trying it.
Okay.
Doing.
Yeah, man. So you ready to
Yeah,
just wrap it up today, man?
Dark and Q Beanie in chat. I was wondering why all these Xbox dudes are holding up W for a PlayStation ish game where you press one button. Just one damn button. Y'all holding up this game like a W for Game Pass, and other people are like, "Oh, Game Pass is cannibalizing sales."
Hey, listen, I told y'all FCAT gonna bring the heat. Don't get mad at me, all right? But you know how FCAT do, man. Y'all already know FCAT. FCAT, listen, they already know how it's gonna go down when you run down on them, all right? I don't even know why they acting the way they act.
I mean, it's been a lot of PlayStation style games on Xbox side, like Hellblade 2 and Indiana Jones, After Midnight.
I mean, honestly, there's a bunch of Xbox developed games that does have that PlayStation vibe to it, the story-driven games, and I think it's cool. I think what's cool with Xbox now is their portfolio is dope. Now, yeah, console wars, we're gonna be like, oh, they got a one-button game, they got a story-driven game. What happened to the shooters? But their portfolio, bro, like Game Pass is looking nice if you like those games, But let me say what's up to my man Dave, another guy that was in my wedding. My man Green Eyes Jimenez was another man that was
I'm talking about the possible game in a year. Player Obscure Expedition 33.
So I gotta play it, but I was gonna contact GameFly, bro. I never got it yet. I'm like, why isn't it here yet? So I gotta play it for myself. Now, I feel like those are the thanks, Cubini. Let me go do that right now. I feel like those are the type of games that I couldn't picture being game of the year. But hey, look, they made
For the little bit
the Astrobot game of the year. So who am I?
So the little bit that I played of it, I mean, it's pretty and all this stuff, and it looks interesting and all this stuff. The turn-based part are fine, but when the enemy comes attacks you, it goes into the sequence where you have to dodge or parry and you have to press one button at the right time.
So it's a quick time event.
It's a quick time event.
Yeah, they showed that in the trailer. Like, I think everybody is aware of that. Me personally, I'm a sucker for quick time. So, man, I was a big fan of PlayStation when they really, like, God of War really put quick time events on the map. And so it was a cool thing back then. So I think it's cool for me. Now, I actually like turn-based, and I haven't played a turn-based in years that made me actually really into it. So I hope this could do it. But with that being said, hold your horses, FCAT, because I'm bringing in none other than that PlayStation gamer. My God. Love him or hate him. A lot of people hate him for good reasons. But love him or hate him. A lot of people hate him for good reasons. But love him or hate him. A lot of people hate him for good reasons. But I also feel like redemption is a real thing. And me personally, the dude was gone for a minute. If he want to come back, I'm cool with him coming back. I hope some people get over that. But bringing in none other, love him or hate him, for good reason, TPG.
So do people love me or hate me? I don't know.
Okay, I made up the love you part. I don't really think anybody loves you.
Oh no, hell, man! Even my mom doesn't tell me
she don't love me.
Nah, how you doing?
What's up, man? Talk to me, brother, before I bring everybody on. What's going on?
I've just been sitting here playing games, playing Oblivion. Swear to God, that thing's become my new addiction, and it's not fair.
Turn to Xbox, huh?
I kind of want to get that Expedition game, if I'm being honest, because I was watching some gameplay of it. I was like, this looks good. But then it's a big RPG to add on top of the other, 20 games I'm playing. Sort of. It depends how long it takes for the story to get going.
Okay.
Like, are we talking like Persona 5 length, where it's like 5-6 hours of cutscenes, and it's like, finally, here's some gameplay.
This looks like it's very heavy story driven, like very heavy. I mean, heavy.
I'm about to look into it. Oh, by the way, in a private chat,
the developer's been putting out videos of each character for I gotta bring this up. Hold on, you know what? I'm not even gonna bring it up. I'm wait till everybody come on, and then I'll bring it up. So
yeah, I was just gonna say, in the private chat, I posted some topics. If you were bored and want to talk about, go ahead.
Let's do it.
Actually, one was kind of a big deal.
Okay, well, let me bring on none other than another guy that's popping in. This guy, we all thought was going to have a final destination. This guy got on a plane from Pennsylvania and flew to Japan. I said Pennsylvania. You know the plane's coming down to Pennsylvania. This guy got on a plane, Pennsylvania, flew to Japan, and didn't die. So coming in next is the man who cannot be killed. None other than the dastardly demon himself. That everywhere he goes, things just die. It's the maker of chaos.
What's up?
What's up, man? My stepdaughter walked by and looked at me like, what the hell is he doing? My office is like in the front of the house and the door is back there. So when she walked by, she was like, what the hell? Anyway, I'm enjoying myself, obviously. But, bro, first things first, I'm glad you didn't die. Okay?
I was here last week.
You was here last week. I'm just saying it again. I'm glad, you made it. Now, I don't know if I was, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did fly from Philly?
Yeah. I went, not Philly, Pittsburgh. I went from Pittsburgh to Chicago to Tokyo. And then on my way back, I went from Osaka, Tokyo, back to, landed in DC and then to Pittsburgh.
Damn, man, them planes coming down in PA. And you're a G for that.
In
DC. He said, listen, I don't even care. No, you know what's funny? I'm getting on a plane this Friday. This will be the first time I have a layover. But I'm going to, not Friday, Saturday. I'm going to Arkansas for my buddy Matt's wedding. So
Oh, nice.
never been to Arkansas before, but that'd be cool. I don't like the fact I'm gonna have to have a layover, but it is what it is. All right. So anyway, Maker, talk to us, man. Before I bring the guys on, what is going on?
Nothing much. Just been gaming, really, and working.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask all these guys what you've been playing,
Oh.
but with that being said,
I
I'm
did,
gonna bring the guys back on in the building. None other than FCAT and TPG. So yeah.
I did have a comment about the Clair Obscure bit.
Okay.
It's definitely more than just one button, and it's not a quick time event. It might be for the tutorial, but as soon as you get into the combat, you have to watch the attacks, and then you have time. It doesn't pop up with hit RB now to parry. You have to know which attacks to like dodge or to jump to, and
Okay, so it's a little more involved.
it's kind of like you read the boss's attacks and then use whichever one appropriate.
Okay.
Damn,
Well,
that just sounds pretty damn good.
There are quick time events for the attacks. Like it'll say hit A to like do extra damage for your attacks, but that's when.
So, for example, if a enemy was to swing their sword like this, if your character has a shield, if you press a button, it can block it.
Yeah. If you time hit RB right as the sword is about to hit you, it parries the attack.
Cowboy, this game's starting to sound.
Or you hit
This game starts to sound like a real game of the year contender, man. I don't know. That's Split Fiction. I have some competition finally.
And I'm just gonna say this don't seem like the type of game I would call game of the year. But again, Astrobot won game of the year, so who am I? I think what's cool is last couple of years, the moment they put Stray, the moment they nominated Stray, I was like, what the? So I think what they're trying to do is up
that kitty cat game does something to people.
I played it, but I think what's cool is when I really think about it. I think what's cool is when we also, for me historically, I'm looking at game of the year as like it's third person, story driven, action adventure. But now, like, you know what? They're shaping it up, man. We're gonna switch it up. Have a platformer like Astrobot. Hell, we had It Takes Two. I'm just saying, if It Takes Two won, how the hell is
I think this year's Game Awards is going to be crazy because like all these games are getting ranked like reviewed at 90 score, and there's going to be all these games up for Game of the Year noms and whatnot. I think this is the year that we're going to see Jeff Keighley's bias like really more so than ever.
Well, I'll say this. I think this will be the year that an Xbox game will be nominated for Game of the Year.
What game?
Forever.
Doom. I could see Doom nominated.
No.
Well, remember, Doom
doesn't get nominated.
Doom was nominated last time.
Okay, so
Doom Eternal.
Doom was my 2020 Game of the Year, and it was nominated.
Yeah.
2020.
I think what Cowboy was trying to say is like, Xbox doesn't get nominated for the big award, the Game of the Year award, because they at least get something. Like
Jeff Keighley will pull something out of his ass at the last minute before putting the Xbox game on Game of the Year.
Yeah. So hey, man, you know what? I guess what? It's all great because these shit's coming to PlayStation.
Well, here's the thing: Xbox got
so to buy an Xbox.
So here's the thing: Xbox has so many studios and so many good games like come in. Like, how do we think? Like, Doom is now an Xbox game, whether you want to say it or not. Doom is now an Xbox game, right? So I said it before too. I was like, at some point, the merger is new, but at some point, the next games will be considered an Xbox game, a Microsoft game. So Call of Duty, you might feel like, oh, it's not Xbox. Next year, I feel like at that point, Call of Duty is an Xbox game. Like, it is. I mean, it still is now, but some people might feel like, well, technically it was made before, they bought Xbox. You know what I'm saying? And maybe whatever the current maybe the next Call of Duty might have been worked on too. But
actually, I have a question for Maker because I know he got accepted. I ain't get accepted because I'm banned from Bungie.net. But how's Marathon holding up? How's that garbage fire?
I didn't play
You didn't
Oh,
play it.
Dude,
Give me your
no
damn
one's playing
code.
that.
Bro, you,
No,
you,
I-
you
one's
could
when
playing
have
I-
gave it to me.
When I sent the post, I was joking. I copied someone else's acceptance. I didn't get in that.
You copping someone else's homework there, Maker?
No, but
So yeah, I'm hearing
okay, we all do it.
bad
I'm
things.
hearing not
I'm
great
hearing,
stuff.
yeah, mix is kind of mixed. It is like
I think we talked about it last week. Freaking Marathon's Concord 2.0. There's no other way to put it.
I don't know, man. Me personally, so there's only been 2 extraction games that I actually played. I don't know if I ever played any more, but those 2 games, both I really liked. Now, I feel like it's a genre that's not like that big of a deal. So what my question is, and I said this, I think in the Discord, is will Bungie, being a bigger name, be able to make a genre that's not as popular on the mainstream? Obviously on PC it's like a million extraction shooters, but will Bungie's name make a not so relevant genre relevant? Or will it just show that or will it just show that a not that relevant genre just isn't that relevant, and regardless is Bungie, that is going to go down? So that's the question.
the thing is Bungie is pushing this out solely on their name alone, and they're thinking their name alone. Let's show it, and they're pushing this out.
Their name got into the dance, but at the same time, it's not working.
Hold on, listen. What do you mean they're putting out solely on the name alone? What did you want them to do? Like put it out under somebody else's name?
That's why it's
like,
going to be $40.
How about you say you publishing
Cowboy, what he's saying is, at this point, Bungie only has their reputation based off the Halo franchise and some of Destiny, that goodwill essentially to carry them. And Marathon and their more recent decision with Destiny has been kind of, let's be real here, it's been controversial. So a lot of people think Marathon's kind of going to be their death blow, because remember, there's that whole rumor.
It's their last hurrah as an independent studio.
Yeah,
it's literally their last hurrah, because right after this, if this flops, like Bungie's going to get absorbed into PlayStation and become a first-party PlayStation studio.
Or this, my thought, Sony might just try to fucking sell them off and just give them their freedom. Like,
no,
get the fuck out of here.
They still got to pay them next year.
Do that because they spent too much. They overspent. They overpaid for them. So I don't think they would do that.
They're getting their money back from Bungie. It's not a big deal to them, because if you remember, they increased their acquisition spending money or whatever after they acquired Bungie.
They did not make that money back. That's for sure.
Oh, they're still trying to recover from it. And
True Destiny, yeah. True Destiny.
Not even through Destiny. There's no way they
Destiny?
made like $3.8 trillion in that.
Yeah, no.
You said trillion? What?
Or not trillion, billion.
Okay, it wasn't trillion, but like billion.
I'm going, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me read this real quick. He said Xbox had Psychonauts a few years back for Game of the Year. No, so when you are wrong about that. So
Psychonauts 2 was nominated for Game of the Year.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
It was nominated for Game of the Year.
Yeah, but Psychonauts wasn't developed by Xbox. Remember, they were helping them.
It was
basically the game was 99% done. They just needed that last financing to push it through.
Correct.
Not really, because
how's it not really? Let me hear this.
Let me
hear it.
If you've ever watched they actually have a documentary on it called Psych Odyssey, which I did watch, by the way. It was 99% done in the fact that they wouldn't have boss fights in the game. They added on boss fights, and they spent an additional like 3 extra years on the game once they got acquired by Microsoft, and then they released the game. So the game
wasn't solely a Microsoft game. And then here's the other thing. You ready?
I mean, it
So
kind of
hold on,
was.
wait.
They
One other
ran out
thing,
of
Maker.
funding.
And here's the only thing that might hurt the Game of the Year awards. And I didn't make the console war gaming up. But the other thing is, whenever there's a game, and like Psychonauts, they always would say that Xbox exclusive was nominated. And
Yeah, they always.
was Psychonauts on PlayStation? Just let me know if it was or it wasn't.
It was.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So I think that's probably the problem, that it's gonna suck if the only game I guess they could have nominated would be South of Midnight, right? That's only on Xbox, right?
It's on PC,
Yeah.
but not on PlayStation.
Huh?
It's on PC, but not PlayStation. South of Midnight.
Well, yeah, PC don't matter. Everything, yeah. So, but my thing is this: is like,
Speaking of that,
because the thing is, the console wars, people are gonna say, like Psychonauts. I remember that was a whole big debate and argument way back then, and the bottom dollar was, but it wasn't an Xbox exclusive. And you're like, oh, okay, got me. So now and I feel bad for the Xbox community because they had a chance. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Let me ask you this: if all these games, just imagine this, right? I know we're gonna say they're making money, whatever, but imagine if all these Xbox games was exclusive. Man, Xbox would be looking amazing right now. But this is just console war. But the problem is they're all on PlayStation as well, besides South of Midnight. So I think that's going to hurt the Game of the Year because they're probably going to have not games nominated, but you're going to be like, bro, that's on PlayStation too. You'll be like, oh yeah, okay. So then people are not going to give Xbox their credit.
I saw Cubini say he hasn't touched an Xbox first party game in a while. I bet he's playing Oblivion right now.
Oh yeah, that's
Oblivion
question.
Remastered.
Speaking of that, let me just get to the chat before. Let's see. Some major Xbox hitters yet to come in 2025. He did say the Psychonauts thing. Lion is in the building, so why are these two fools back? What the F, the Cubini twins? Yo, that's he went in on you guys. But hold on. Xbox has had major wins in other gaming shows, by the way, apart from Jeff's show. Though we don't consider those shows. Dodgeman said Xbox for Game of the Year. Hell, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, what's going on, Amin? Thanks for popping in. If you're a first-time person in here, I appreciate you being here, bro. Let's see. Community say go check other award shows. They have we've definitely we know that other games. Hell, I think Forspoken won like Game of the Year somewhere else. Nobody's counting that. But Jeff's show isn't all there is. No, I get it, but it's kind of like the Super Bowl. You know, I was thinking about this today because I knew I wanted to bring this up, right? Game of the Year. Like, some people don't care about Game of the Year. It doesn't mean anything. And it's just like some people don't care about WrestleMania. Some people don't care about the Academy Awards. You don't have to. Some people don't care about the Super Bowl, right? You don't, if it's your thing, it's your thing, right? Some people might be like, I don't care, like Cubini's saying, and you're well within your right to say that's not it, right? But it is the Super Bowl of game and award shows. I think we all can agree to that, right? Whether you think it's fake, it's rigged, whatever, but it is, right? Just like WrestleMania. WrestleMania is the Super Bowl of pro wrestling. It just is, right? So that's all I want to say. And now your mama knows. Let me say it. Not day one. It was not on PlayStation. And Cowboy, would you say get the PS5 Pro? I would say no. Now, that's because
depends on what kind of TV you have. What kind of monitor TV you're
if you got an OLED, you're gonna get more of it than everyone else. Where people with standard televisions. That's right.
An OLED.
All right, so let's do this. The question was asked to the Cowboy King of Entertainment. The question wasn't asked to TPG. The question wasn't asked to FCAT. And the damn sure wasn't asked to the maker of Chaos. So I'm going to answer the question without interruption. I would say no. Now, FCAT's going to say you got to have the right TV. Mother effer, I have a Sony Endzone monitor that was made in mind for the PlayStation 5. Maybe not the PlayStation 5 Pro, but it still does 144 hertz, or I think it does. And at the end of the day, it should be able to do everything the PlayStation Pro can do. I can't tell you a difference. The only difference I might see is I was playing Fortnite and I was running under trees and the shadows, the way they hit the ground, I stopped and I was like, oh, damn, that looked weird. And I backed up and I was like, maybe that's a PlayStation 5 Pro thing because I didn't notice that before. But honestly, bro, are we really spending $700 or $800 for shadows? It's not worth it. I got one. It's not worth it. I did my side-by-side comparison. Now, yes, in my side-by-side comparison, I did it on a TV that was only 60 frames. Yes. What FCAT failed to mention is I also had my PlayStation 5 Pro and my PlayStation 5 hooked up on the same monitor, and I switched between the inputs to show one and then to show the other. And it's all in my video. Go watch my video. And I couldn't tell a difference. And I even had my stepdaughter walk in, right? And she don't know nothing about gaming. She walked in when I had both on side by side, and she walked in and I was like, hey, question for you. Which one do you think is better? And she was like, what? They're different? And I was like, all right, thank you. And my wife couldn't tell either, right? Now, you get these gaming people that want to be like, let me pull out my microscope and see that right there. It's an extra leaf. Bro, it's not worth the extra money. Like, really want to pay $300 extra for an extra leaf or an extra flash in the sky? I personally don't think it's worth it. But if you want to say I got the biggest and best when it comes to gaming, a console, then yes, the PlayStation 5 Pro, the PlayStation 5 Pro is the most high-end console that we have, right? So for that reason, cool, because I'm sure the developers are working on stuff. Like I heard Days Gone looks like I heard the Days Gone is a big difference, right? So again, what I want to see is these newer games come out and then they say like, oh, this could do this and the PlayStation 5 can't do this, right? But I feel like the stuff they say, oh, on this one, you could get more ray tracing. And then you just be like, oh, wait, oh, I think the shadow is a little darker right there. No, man, that's not good enough for me. Hope that answered your question, and I'll bring the guys back on. Nope, don't know nada about Oblivion. Okay, looks nice. I watched the Oblivion comparison trailer, and I know that they pretty much redid it from the ground up. One part did get me though. They showed the character when they showed the doors open, and on the new Oblivion, when the guy walked through the door, it still had that same clunky look. He walked through the door and he kind of like went down, like as if he fell on the floor. And I was like, why did they show that? They should have definitely edited that part out because it looked pretty bad. I mean, Golden Joysticks Award is the longest and the oldest show running. What is it called again? Oh, wait, I got something for you in the Golden Joysticks Award. Okay, that's what it's called. This is what I got for you. All right, so PS5 Pro, nope. PS5 Pro full of caveats to get max potential, not for $800 plus pass. No, I agree though. I agree, man. Still a major CP bottleneck. Sadly, it is stopgap. He's throwing out a lot of terms that I don't know what they mean. Here listening, oh, and Days Gone Remastered is amazing. See, there you go. I heard Indiana Jones is native 4K on PS5 Pro. I don't know about that, but I mean, listen. Here's the thing. There's people who play PC that say 1440p is all you need. So, I mean, and it's said that humans can't see past 1080p, meaning everything is just going to either be more clear, more sharp, whatever, right? So I think if you like 4K, right? I remember when frames wasn't a selling point and 4K was, right? And all the TVs cared. They didn't care about frames. You never heard of hertz or anything, right? But everything was like, oh, it's 4K, it's dynamic this, is HD, blah, blah, blah. I think if you like that a lot, cool. What I do think is cool is there are some games that the PlayStation Pro Enhanced is performance mode, and you still could get some high fidelity. Now, that's cool. I just feel like looking at it, I couldn't tell the difference, but I think just to say it is probably cool, and maybe the frames don't drop as much. Let me see. Is native 4K on Xbox also? No, it's 1080. It's 1800. See, there you go. Not sure, to be honest. What's going on, Ryan Smith? Cowboy, how the hell have you been? Bro, I've been amazing and fabulous. I've been fabulous. I moved from New Jersey to Florida. Just last weekend, I was at the ocean in April and in my pool. Matter of fact, on my birthday, I was on jet skis. And my birthday is April 13th. Couldn't do that in New Jersey. I'm fabulous. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it, man. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you, bro. Also remember Doc introduced me to you. I remember that. I remember you coming on the show and everything, man. And Doc is my guy. Me and Doc was talking earlier. I don't want you guys thinking me and Doc is warring against each other. It's what we do. We're showmen. You know, we hype it up, but I'm still better. Just saying. Let's see. Last time we talked, I was dealing with my ex. I remember that, bro. Man. Well, look, I hope you're doing good. And if you want, click on the link. I thought I pinned it in the chat. I guess I didn't. Let me pin it in the chat. And you can join the show as well, man. It's pinned in the chat. Cowboy Doc wasn't right to make fun of it. Your original masterpiece. Hey, listen, this guy, man. You know what? Ooh, I'm going to get Doc. All right, so let me bring the guys back on. TPG, my man, F-Cat, and the maker of Chaos is back in the building. All right, so with that being said, there was something that came up on Twitter, and it was on Lono's channel, right? His Twitter. So he made a post and was like, man, look how great word of mouth is. And I was like, what? And he was talking about, what is it called again? Expedition 33, right?
Yeah, just call it that. Expedition 33.
So it's called Clear Obscure Expedition 33. But anyway, I could call it Expedition 33. So he was making a big deal like, oh, look at all the people playing. I was like, what? And it's just crazy when people have little fans that just go crazy. They're like, what are you talking about? I was like, no. Like, I've seen so many trailers on YouTube. The developers was literally putting out trailers for each character and their abilities and all this stuff. I was like,
that's the conversation that kind of leaned into the whole Game Pass cannibalizing sales debate that they're having right now. They know damn well it is, because on PC, even on PC, like PC players are they'll check it out on the Xbox app to the Game Pass, but if they like the game, guess where they're buying it? Not on the Xbox PC.
I mean, listen,
they're gonna buy it on in Steam and We Trust, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It depends if they have an Xbox or if they have a PC or a PlayStation. Like, I would assume if they're playing it on Game Pass, they either have an Xbox or a PC, because that's the only way you can.
Here's the thing: it's kind of similar to it's similar to me, right? I gamefly games that I just want to try, and then if I like it a lot, I'll buy it. So you can do the same thing on Game Pass. But let me bring in nobody else but Ryan Smith, a guy who met me because of Dr. 1985. There's levels, but I'm gonna bring in none other than my man Ryan Smith. TPG. Let's go. Ryan, what's up, man?
Hey, just a long time no see, man.
A long time no see. Let me just give you your spotlight real quick, man. I hope everything's been good with you, man.
Yeah, I had some stuff I had to get over and relocate, and just kind of reset for about the last year. So, I saw that you were on, and I was like, oh, it's a good time to connect again.
Definitely. Yeah.
So,
man, definitely
yeah. I've seen Doc's little videos and your videos. You're just kind of having a friendly little battle back and forth. But
man.
I know it's all fun and games.
Yeah, it's funny because there's people who take it serious, and I get it, right? I had to apologize to one guy. He was like, Doc never said that in his video, and I get it. People are supposed to take everything they say in the video. Well, I'm not other people. I just take what I want to do and make my own video and my creativity. But I did apologize. I was like, yeah, if you watch my video, it was meant for Doc to see it. Now, obviously, the rest of the world, whoever watches it's going to see it. But I know I'm making it for Doc to see. Now, I do apologize to make it seem like some stuff wasn't what it should have been, right? But for me, that's really between me and Doc. But I will.
No, you guys. You guys have actually met in person and hung out. I remember when you guys were together and you were doing. So I knew what it was. It's just like banter. But what's the what's the subject tonight? You guys were talking about like Xbox versus PC or PlayStation or what's going on?
Right now, we were kind of, and I'm gonna bring the guys back on, but and Amin, I seen you was in the back. If you want to get on, man, I'll definitely pull you on. Just as long as you don't come in here with no shenanigans, because I did have some people. One time, I had somebody I pulled on, and it was like some pornographic thing in the video, and I was like, and it was whatever. But anyway, but if you, I'll pull you on if you want. Jump back on, click on the link. If you do anything crazy, you're out of here. But no, we were talking about that game, Expedition 33. Right now, it's really popular. A lot of people like it.
Oh yeah.
Crazy is it's a turn-based game. A lot of gamers make it like they don't like turn-based, right? So
that's what Final Fantasy used to be.
Yeah. So, but anyway, let me bring everybody back on. I just want to give you, say what's up to you, bring you on by yourself, but I'll bring the rest of you guys back on.
Congrats on that move, by the way, man. Florida, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. Well, we've been planning it for 8 years, so it was cool that my yeah, so it's a really good move, and we're loving it, man. We've been here for about 5 months.
All right, man.
Hey, T, take that shirt off, man.
No.
Oh no! No! You don't get to be the Seth Rollins guy. Fuck you. Fuck Seth Rollins.
Hey, I'm just saying.
And more importantly, fuck the man Becky Lynch. That's backstabbing little bitch.
Listen.
That's why I don't trust redheads, man.
You know what? Hold on. Let's do this real quick. Let me tell you something, TPG.
Yeah, tell me something.
You want to hear something?
I want to hear it. Come on. Give it to me.
This TPG, Seth freaking Rollins is the best in the world. Seth freaking Rollins is the real tribal chief. Seth freaking Rollins is the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And the man, Becky Lynch, is on top of the world. She's big time.
Oh, Becky Lynch isn't even the top wrestler. Guess who is? Mommy. That's why Mommy always on top. Becky's always the bottom bitch. She wasn't even the top. She wasn't even the top woman of the Four Horsemen.
Whoa. I don't know if you just started watching wrestling. But Becky, literally, when she was on top, she was more popular than the guys. There's never been
shine by Charlotte Flair. Woo!
No, listen. There's never been another female. There's never been another female. Let me tell you something, brother. There's never been another female that was on top like Becky Lynch. Ooh, yeah. TPG, let me tell you this, brother. There never been another female. She was high in the sky. She was down low. She took the wrestling by storm. Ooh, yeah. And what you want to know, TPG, is you never seen a wrestler like Becky Lynch, the man.
Okay,
right.
cringe.
Cringe. All right, anyway, let me bring the guys back on. I'll handle you later about wrestling. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a big wrestling fan, and I just had to, take TPG to school.
Shit. Schools, but it's a public school, so it ain't very well.
If Awesome Kong came back to the WWE, you would wreck every single female wrestler there.
I don't know. Nia Jax might give her some work.
You know who Awesome Kong is?
I know who she is. She got pregnant, and that's why she left the WWE.
Really?
Oh no. I know all about
Awesome Kong, aka Awesome Kong is essentially was Nia Jax before Nia Jax.
Pretty much.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, no, she was. Just want you guys to know, if you're tuning in, I don't have a format to this show, all right? It's just some guys getting together. We mostly talk gaming, but nothing's excluded. So if somebody's in the chat like, hey, what did you think about what happened with President Trump? Let's bring it up. So I'm just letting you guys know, but I go with what's popular. What you guys want to talk about the most, that's what we're kind
Let's
of
go
talking
around
about.
the room. Let's go around the room and ask the question that was being asked, Cowboy Sue.
Okay, so let's do it like this. I'm gonna start, then we'll do TPG, we'll do Maker Chaos, we'll do Ryan, and then we'll do FCAT, and then I'll go to the chat. So chat, you guys are involved. So rate everything you want, and I'll go to you guys after FCAT. So we'll do it in a circle. All right. I do think Game Pass cannibalized sales. Now that just simply means that some games on Game Pass probably could have made more money, but they may lose money because they're on Game Pass. Am I correct? That's what that means, right?
Basically, in the fact that Game Pass, I mean, Xbox fostered a culture of pretty much, oh, if it's on Game Pass, I don't have to buy it. I'll just be on Game Pass. Mentality.
Okay, all right. Let me jump in there. All right, cool. Well, the fact that I've been using GameFly for since 2008, I feel like I've been the guy to not buy games because I've been renting them. So I don't think that's new with Game Pass, but maybe Game Pass made it more mainstream. TPG, put your hands down. So I think they do. I think one of the things you said that was important is giving a mindset to gamers that don't want to buy games. And I will say this, Game Pass definitely did. Like Game Pass, I mean, think about it, right? If you're a gamer, you definitely feel like, oh man, I mean, it's cool to be able to pay, I don't know, you could go from the low end, you know,
$20 a month.
$20, right? So I think it's cool to be able to say, hey, I don't have to buy a $70 game, right? And you could be able to just play the game, try the game. There's a lot of gamers who buy a game and be like, yo, I hate this game. I wish I never paid for it. But Game Pass will allow you to not have to, you know, not have to have that happen to you. Now, PlayStation got the same thing, but they just won't put their day and date games. So that's why I feel like Game Pass is the one to cannibalize, and Game Pass and GameFly, because they allow you to get a game when it's new. And so then if you play it and don't really like it, you could just say, hey, I'm sending it back or don't play it anymore. And then that developer didn't make the money. But there is something to be said that the developer did do a deal to make money with the games being on Game Pass. So at the end of the day, hey, you should be booing yourself. But that's what I got to say. What about you, TPG?
I think the evidence says yes. Game Pass does cannibalize sales. I mean, look at what we're talking about. We're talking about a game that launched on PlayStation day and date, the same day the Xbox version did, and it sold over 1 million copies, which for a small studio like that, that's a big deal. Oblivion sold over 1 million copies, and it launched on PlayStation day and date. I think the proof is there. I honestly believe this, and people can hate me for this, but I honestly believe the PlayStation fan base buys more games than the Xbox community because they don't have Game Pass. They don't have a way to get that game at a cheaper price or not pay at all. That's my 2 cents.
That's fair. That's fair. What about you, Maker? This guy, take it. I thought you were gonna play it again, man.
No. So I was gonna say yes and no. It's so for small developers like the studio, it provides income for them before the game even releases. So like they get a lump sum. Like think about this, like it's an investment. Like I say, hey, you put your game on my service, and I'm gonna give you $400,000 up front to be on our service. Whether it's a success or failure, here's some money, and do you want to take this deal? And that's effectively what it is. Like it's not like the developers don't get paid, and there's developers who like the exposure that Game Pass provides them. There's a couple studios that have said this, that Game Pass has actually helped them get more sales because it puts their games in the hands of a bunch of people. So it just varies depending on the studio, the game. So yes, and that's why my answer is like yes and no. For this, I couldn't tell you. I think it's successful regardless. So.
Well, I will say this. Remember the people who made Oddworld Odyssey actually was upset that they put their game on PlayStation Plus. They actually said they lost. They would have made more money, and they wish they didn't do that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's all roses. And remember, when we were big in the Stadia, there was developers that didn't want to put their games on PlayStation Pro. I mean, Stadia Pro, because they felt they wouldn't make the money. So I, just want to point that out there. And now your mom knows. All right, Ryan, what about you? Hold on, FK, you're after Ryan.
All right. So, number one is you see bigger studios like Ubisoft, for instance, right? These bigger studios that have been developing games, bangers forever, I think they do the math that we don't. If they figured that they would lose money going to the Game Pass, they wouldn't do it. I also figure that it actually promotes sales because, we don't have Blockbuster anymore, right? And I don't do GameFly. I mean, I guess I could, but Game Pass to me, it's like I actually bought Indiana Jones, like paid full price and everything because of Game Pass. Because one thing I don't like, is that games are only going to stay on Game Pass for so long. So if I want to own the game, I'm going to buy it. But I only want to buy the game if I like it. And I don't want to get stuck in that scenario like you brought up where, because there's not these game rental places like there used to be, you can't try a game typically. It's like you buy it and oh shit, this game sucks. I'm out that money. Yeah. So, now I'm not saying that there aren't people who won't just use Game Pass and not buy the game, but, again, you've got these big studios who they know if it wasn't going to work for them and they wouldn't make money, I don't think they'd do it. And smaller studios like these little smaller games, it's giving them an income like the other guy said, it's giving exposure to games that you wouldn't have any other way. And who knows, maybe some small studio comes out with a game, it gets on Game Pass, they make enough money to where they can put some real capital to developing a bigger AAA type game. So I don't think Game Pass is a negative deal.
Cool. I appreciate it. I only got two things to say to you, Ryan. Number one, you better not crash and blame it on me. And number two, I wonder why GTA 6 won't be on Game Pass since it's so amazing. But
hey, maybe
that's too big of a check, Cowboy. That is way too big of a check.
Actually, you're right.
Not on day one.
All right, so let's go to FK.
Activisions and Bethesda's. Well, to me, I mean, I applaud what Ryan Smith said. Like, what he said is how you should approach Game Pass. Like, if you like the game, buy it. If you want to try it out, see how it is, you don't like it, you don't want to get stuck with it, kind of thing. That's what it should be used for. It should not be used for, oh, I'm gonna wait till this game comes to Game Pass, or I'm just gonna stay on Game Pass forever and just not buy a game. That's kind of toxic mentality, and that's what's hurting Xbox.
Well, I mean, even some bigger studios, they'll launch some games day one and others not. Like Capcom did their, what was that Dino shooter that they did?
Exoprimal.
Dino Crisis?
Yeah, they did
the dinosaur game.
Exoprimal.
They did Exoprimal, and they did Kitsugami or?
Oh yeah, I can't remember the name. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Those were more smaller titles that that Capcom published. So same people that do Street Fighter and Monster Hunter, right?
Yeah.
And those came day one.
And Resident Evil.
Whereas like their bigger titles that they know they're gonna sell, they didn't put it day one on Game Pass because they know they're gonna sell. Like they still dropped Monster Hunter Rise eventually onto Game Pass, which is cool, but. It's just like these companies, they'll assess it, and if they want to put it on the service, they will.
I mean, yeah. Well, let me do this. I want to be fair, and so we got to you guys, but now let's see what the people in the
let's do the chat.
Yes, let's go to the chat. So I want to give the chat their own spotlight. Guys, I want you to know that this show is interactive. Everybody gets a chance to be in a spotlight. So the last place I left off, Let's go to my man. And let me, Amin, am I saying that right? But he said, nah, I'm fine, Cowboy. Just wanted to check the link out. Well, there you have it. This thing called Talk Studio used to be called Melon. So it's pretty cool. You just click the link. It'll bring you up. You could, you could use your camera. You don't have to use your camera. If any of you guys want to come up, it's not necessarily use your camera. You could be like this. F-Cat's been on here more times than anybody, and we don't know what the hell he looked like. He could be a goat for all we know. But so definitely, if you guys want to jump on, feel free. The link is pinned in the comments. My guy Ryan haven't been on here in like a year plus, and bam, he's in here today. Hopefully he ain't gonna crash, run some old lady off the road, and try to blame it on the Cowboy King of Entertainment. But TPG, burn that shirt, burn it down, burn it down. I'm with you. Let me see. He's all right. And TPG's laughing. He said, I love Rollins' hair. Yeah, you know, he got the new hairdo with the bun on top. Okay, I was thinking like, yeah. I actually liked when he first came out, he had half blonde. That was dope to me. Are you a simp for lunch? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, for Lynch. No, you know what? I'm not even a Becky Lynch fan. I've been watching wrestling since I was little. And so I'm not a Becky Lynch fan. My wife likes Becky Lynch, but I do give her credit for the high. Like when she was on the whole, when Nia Jax punched her in the nose and it was all bloody and they turned the whole man character. Like I've been watching wrestling since a kid. And I tell you, at that moment, she was the most popular female wrestler I've ever seen. Sasha Banks wasn't that popular. Charlotte Flair wasn't that popular. Like she had Stone Cold Steve Austin vibes. It was crazy. Let me see. This is good entertainment. I appreciate it, CMG. That's what I want it to be. Cannibalism sales? No, it's a small piece of the pie. Does Netflix cannibalize movie sales? Stop it. Well, the thing with Netflix is they don't have day and date movies, so you can't use that analogy. Like people don't put their movies day and date on Xbox on Game Pass. Companies don't put their movies day and date on Netflix like they put them in the movie theater. So that's a bad analogy. You do realize if their game is on Game Pass, they get paid up front. But here's the thing. I do get that, and I think that's great. But just like the people for Oddworld, the most recent Oddworld game, they felt they could have made more money. So, right, once you get that lump sum of money, it's almost like, I heard somebody said this before, the people who put their games on Game Pass, they don't believe in their games, right? So they put their games there, and I'm not talking about Xbox Studios because they have to. Because Xbox went out a long time ago and said all our games will be on Game Pass. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, right? But I think it might be something to be said. Does people believe in their games? Do they feel their games could hold their own weight? And some of the studios are smaller. Guess what? Or look at the Exo Primal. We couldn't even remember the name of that. Did you think Capcom thought that was going to be a great hit? No. They was like, look, we throw it on Game Pass, collect that upfront cash. LOL. And that's why I think I always say for a gamer, I need two things to be done. One, I need a really good trailer that makes me say, I got to play that game. And two, I need word of mouth. I need people to be like, man, this game is really good. You got to play it. And when you do those two things, I think that's where, you know, a game could really get some traction. Also, I want to tell you guys this, just so you know, if you're popping in and you're like, oh, is this guy an Xbox? Is he this? Is he that? This is where I am when it comes to gaming. So just so you guys know. All right. This is my personal stance on gaming. Gaming without limits. Play the games that interest you because you are a gamer. And that's how I feel about gaming. I don't really care what you play on, what you like. What I love is when a gamer finds a game they really like. And so that's my stance. I used to be big in the console wars, and I realized I was just a fool. Once I got out of the console wars, I was like, man, how stupid is me thinking one is better than the other because they have a personal game that I like. Then you become a bigger fool when you like, well, I just like the company. So whatever they do, I like. That's even more of a bigger fool, you know. And if anybody feels some type of way about that, well, I just want you to
Man the fuck up.
All right, I'm never gonna get through these comments. All right, let me get down there. Let me see. Okay. Hold on. I lost my place. All right, got it. So he said, you do realize there are games on Game Pass, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All right, Cubini, which platform is for you? Let me see. We rented games all through the 90s and 2000s, and the gaming industry is just fine. And I'm still renting games. Yes, Game Pass kills game sales. I think it does, you know, but I think for a developer that thinks their game might not do well, then Game Pass might be great. Also, I like physical games and posters inside. Okay, old school. Even DVDs and Blu-rays. Listen, man, whatever you like is cool. You know, we're never gonna get everybody to agree. Yo, Wilson is in the building. LOL. And no, we don't want to spend $80 on a new game. Dang. Oh, we ain't even getting to Nintendo. Even and all, but we got somebody in the back that might want to bring up Nintendo. All right, let me see. Yo, Blood. And why isn't Game Pass growing? And why do they hide their game sales numbers? Ooh. See, that's what I'm talking about. Somebody just came and hit you low. LOL. It's growing on PC and cloud quite well, actually, but not console. It's still only 25% of the Xbox fan base using it, Jubini said. He said it's been mostly due to a lack of proper marketing. I could have joined, LOL. Excuses, Blood says. I'm literally on the leg. Let me see. Good to see y'all. What's up? David Wilson, if that is your real name. Like the fake imaginary Xbox tax. Expedition 33 is really good. You got to play it. Yeah, it's my next game in GameFly. It should have been here. I was checking the mail today, and it didn't come today. So I'm going to wait till tomorrow. But if it isn't here tomorrow, then I'm going to contact them because they said they sent it out on the 22nd. Why haven't you tried PC yet, Cowboy? So I didn't try PC because I'm one of those people that when I'm into something, I want the best of the best. And if I got into PC, I'll be the most broke person. I'll be buying I'll probably every 2 years, you'll see me buying a new graphic card. And yeah, and I also don't like to tinker. So I feel like PC could allow you to have the best of the best. But you might have to dull out the shadows, or you might have to make less leaves flying in the air. Like, I'm kind of simple. I just want to pick up the controller and I just want to press play. And so PC isn't that simple. Now, I know people say, well, you can have it where PC is that simple. But then I feel like, then what's the point of having a PC if you don't tinker? And now here's the thing. I'll get a PC. If gaming goes the way to PC, I'll get it because I love gaming that much. So I'll always play video games. So if we get to a point where there's no consoles, then I'll be a PC guy. I'll learn all the technical stuff and have the cool looking 100 million frames and all that stuff too. But just right now, PC isn't for me because it's not as simple. Cowboy can't handle PC. Doc Dark is a great example. Exactly. I'd be like Doc Dark, looking like a fool, talking about I'm a PC guy. All right, clueless. So, all right, now I got to everybody in the chat. What I'm going to always do is I'll get to the people on the panel, then I'll get to the people on chat. Let me go to Blood real quick. I've been playing on console since a kid. It's just my preference. I agree. Now, let's bring in somebody who I got to meet in person as well. Dare I say, nobody has met more content creators than the Cowboy King of Entertainment. 2 people on this panel I met in person. The maker of Chaos came to Philly, and I drove out to the airport and met with him. He's the only person who came to my house. We hung out. We had cheesesteaks. It was epic. And this other person, I jumped on a train and drove out. I jumped on a train and rode out to New York City to do it big, live, had New York pizza. We walked around and it was nothing less than epic. So coming in next right now is none other than CMG Chariot Man Gaming.
Yeah,
Bro.
you can hear me? You can hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, baby. What's up,
Yeah.
man?
I'm out. I'm right. I'm literally here at Planet Fitness on the leg treadmill. You know, just getting some work in. You know.
I got you, bro. I see you
I said,
sweating.
let me just. Yeah, man. I'm out here. I'm just working out. Like I told you, I'm locked. Damn, I'm in the middle of a workout. All these people working out over here. So, hey, I you know.
Hey, bro, when am I getting my next rant video, bro? Come on, man.
You know what? When I get home, I'm working on a video. When I get back, I'm gonna work on the video. When I get back home. When I get back home from working out, I'm gonna get this video. I'm gonna get that video out here. But you know, I told you I don't mess around, man. I gotta get this work in here. So you know.
Well, listen, man. We were talking the other day in your chat, and I just want to say live, man. I appreciate you, bro. There's times where I'm like, what should I make? And I'll see your video pop up, and it's two people that's always editing. That's you and me, bro. We go crazy with editing.
I try my best.
And I'll watch your videos, and I'll be like, hey, bro. Sometimes I'll be like, I look at Doc Dark videos, and he is simple. And I'm like, damn, I wish I could just make a simple video, just talk in front of the camera. And then I just be reminded. I see your videos, and like, bro, I love editing. I love throwing in this and that. And so I just want to say personally, bro, I look up to you too, man. I appreciate your content, man.
Appreciate it.
It's real, man. Iron sharpens iron,
man. Oh, you got that energy, man. You got that energy, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Nah,
definitely got to come and visit you. I definitely got to come down here and visit you, though. Visit you guys. Bro, I got to see that house, man.
Man,
you got the pool. You got. I'm definitely coming down here.
When we met up, man, that was cool.
Oh yeah, I should have set you a better pizza place though. I ain't like that pizza place. That was
hey,
nice.
listen, it is what it is, CMG. But I expected you to
find something better,
pizza, bro. I thought you was gonna find me.
If you'd have came to the Bronx with me on Fordham Road, you would have got real better pizza. All right. I guarantee you didn't want to come up to the Bronx. So you know,
CMG, let's cut the small talk, bro.
Yeah.
What do you think about this Nintendo Switch? Right? It's gonna go crazy.
It's gonna go crazy. I got a video coming tonight. When I get home, I'm gonna work on that video tonight. I'm literally because everybody gonna be hearing my questions come and say, "Oh, okay." But when I get home, I'm gonna work on a new video while the Switch is gonna be selling out the door. It's gonna sell out the door. The Switch 2 is gonna sell out the door.
So
why is it gonna be successful?
I know you. You get on the videos, it'll be like 3 a.m. and I see a video of yours pop up.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not about me, about you. I like your content as well. You know, you got Digimon Gaming over here. You know, QB. It's not about me. You know, DW coming to my chat the other day, so I appreciate that.
I just wanted to give you a little spotlight while you was on here. Let me bring up the guys back in it, and you could jump right. Oh, wait. Let me ask you. So, what is your feelings on Game Pass? Do you feel like Game Pass is good for the industry, or it isn't?
It's great for the industry. I mean, it gives people a chance to try it out the game that they want to buy. You know, if they don't like it, they don't have to play it. I think it's great for the industry. I think the Xbox will be successful with that.
Nice. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's bring back my man FCat, TPG, Maker Chaos, and Ryan. Hey, Ryan, you still driving, man?
Yeah.
I had a quick.
I'm in a straight line, though. I'm good, man.
I got a quick rebuttal to Beanie's comment about Netflix cannibalized movie sales. Yeah, when you have the CEO of Netflix just recently come out and say that going to the theater is becoming more obsolete, then you had Black Widow drop day one on Disney Plus because of COVID, and that hurt the movie.
It did.
No, look, let's be real. People love going to the theater to hear that chicken jockey.
No, I think the thing is,
but some people can't make it to the theater.
No, it's true, but I think the thing is,
then their kids throw popcorn at them.
So listen. Here's the thing with going to the movies, right? Forget going to the movies. The movie companies, we seen COVID. If the movie companies made more money on a streaming service when COVID ended, the theaters wouldn't open back up. They was rushing to open the theaters. They had these Hollywood actors making videos when a movie was before a movie started was like, come to the theater. That's why they say only seen in theaters. The movie theater is good for movies. It's a whole thing where everybody's making money. Trust me, the movie theater is good.
Well,
for movies.
The people who make the most money, like, look at how much it is just to buy a drink. Like, that's what's making the money. I mean,
but
God,
the thing is,
little popcorn, $6.
Yeah, the thing is, they do contracts. But here's the thing: no one said when you walk in the movies you have to buy anything, right? You could buy your ticket. And I have the movie. Me and my wife have the movie.
No, but it's true. But it's a suggestion, right? Like you walk in the movie theater. What's the first thing you see? All those, concessions, right?
Right. No, you're right. Well, hold on, guys. We got breaking news. All right. I'm sorry to do this to y'all. Breaking news, and I apologize, guys. We got one man in the back, and dare I say, where this man walk, fire follows him. This man is one of the most controversial people I've met. This man has one of the biggest mouths that I've ever heard. This man cannot be shut up or shut down. He cannot be defeated. This man is fully responsible for everything I do bad in my life. I'm blaming on you, by the way. So this man is coming in red hot right now. This guy, let's give it up. Vet for none other than Vet Rage Gaming.
Oh, sorry. I've been sitting here waiting for like 2 hours.
Hey man,
I'm kidding. I was dry. I've been on the road for 7 hours. I haven't done shit today.
I always complaining. Let me tell you something, Bet. The next time I call you and you don't answer that damn phone, you got me over here making videos. Videos.
Hey, don't make me put you on the spotlight just like I did Des Bryant. I put that bum ass has been on the spot on Twitter.
Hey,
not only did I put his ass on the spot, but I called him out in front of his 3.4 million followers. I will do the same
listen,
to you.
I don't want that type of smoke. Calm down. Hey, Vet, when you come on, I gotta do. Hold up, Vet. When you come on, I gotta be like, back, demon. Yo, what's up, man?
Not much shit. I've been on the road all day. 7
Listen,
hours.
Can we not cause any chaos today? Can we be? Because you already got me going at the whole Doc Dark community. All right.
I mean, just tell him I started it. Hell, I go in there. He doesn't even respond to my comments. I got to use you as basically like the go-between, because if I say stuff, I can call him a bum and a fake gamer or a wannabe PC gamer that tries to get people to buy useless junk, like overpriced low-end garbage and then tries to tell, just get $1,000 PC to play some old janky ass games from the days of yesteryear that are super old and your antiquated technology. That's way better than the PS5 and the Series X. He lost all credibility by saying that dumb shit. And you can tell him I said that, and his community. Because if his community buys into that, then send them my way. I'll show them what real gaming is.
Hey, Vet, calm down, bro.
Hey, and look. If anybody takes me seriously, they don't know who I am.
Definitely. Well, yo, thanks for coming on. Let me bring the guys back on, man. Oh, wait. So what's your thoughts on the Game Pass cannibalizing game sales? What's your thoughts?
Dude, that's literally, I said this morning. I got a PS5 Pro. I sent you the photos. But then I went to go play most of the games that I'd already been streaming on Game Pass, and I realized that I have to pay for them. And that right there was the epiphany that what Game Pass offers that Sony can't touch. That's Game true. Pass is by far 100 times better than what Sony. Don't get me wrong, Sony does great with the PlayStation with their subscription service, but it's 9 times out of 10. What is it? It's an older game that's already been out on the market. I get that. I get the value in Sony's subscription service, but it can't touch. Nobody can touch what Xbox is doing with Game Pass. No, because dude. I wanted to play Atomfall. I got to spend $50 on that. I wanted to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's $70. If I wanted to play, any of the other games that I've been playing recently on Game Pass, I got to buy them again now.
But the only thing we can't listen. I've said it for forever. Game Pass is here, right? Game Pass is definitely above, the PlayStation. We'll say this though. But Game Pass doesn't have every game. So
no, it does not. But but I've noticed what they're doing now. If you see what they're doing, it's genius because they're putting games on the service. But when they take games off, they're still on the service on the cloud. They're just moving them from available anytime to if you own the game. They're literally just moving. All of the games that are getting ready to leave Game Pass are moving to the stream your own category. So if you own that game, guess what? You can still play it in the cloud.
Right.
They didn't announce that, but I've been watching every game that they keep announcing all the new games coming to Game Pass, to the stream your own games. If you buy it, you own it, and then you can play it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Those were already on Game Pass. They're getting ready to leave, or they already did leave. So they're removing.
Listen.
Yeah, that's some sneaky shit, but that's genius.
Listen, the day xCloud has any game you purchase, that is going to be Stadia 2.0.
I believe that is that is what they with Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's how I bought that. I bought it on Xbox, and then I was able to play it immediately. It wasn't even available on Game Pass. The only way you could play Shadows the day it launched, if you wanted to play it on xCloud, was you had to buy the game, and then you could play it anywhere.
Man, that's cool.
So they've already got that, but it's not like every game yet.
Right, it's not every game.
They're testing the water, and I think that's going to be the ultimate goal. Is once you buy that, literally what they did with the app. You go use your Android phone and buy games in the app, and they just download or if they're available in the cloud. I think eventually most of the new games that launch on Xbox will just be available to purchase, and then you'll be able to play it anywhere.
That would be amazing. Well, let me do this. Bring back on FCAT, TBG, and Ryan, and Maker, Chaos, and CMG had to go. But guys,
we don't need Maker. We don't need Maker in here. He's just a bunch of chaos, anyways.
Yeah.
So let's see. You got me with you. Brought me on the board with a pony. I don't know one of them, and a conspiratist. Okay,
Ryan's a bot.
Hey, man, you better watch it. This pony knows how to kick.
I have all three. I have all three platforms.
Hey! Look! I know how to deal with ponies. I got a glue factory down the street. I can take care of the ponies real quick. Just saying.
Oh shit, that's awesome. I have Switch, PC, Xbox, and PS5. And you're right about the Play Anywhere.
Okay, I mean, I have this. I have that's actually what I'm using to join you guys is the ROG Ally. Then I've got this this PlayStation 5 Pro, and there's a Switch over there collecting dust. And that's basically it. I had the Series S, but it was time to go so I could get the PS5 Pro.
But you know what? It's cool. I bought the Indiana Jones on Xbox, and Play Anywhere, and Oblivion. And that's what's cool is if you buy a game from Xbox and it's Play Anywhere, you get the PC and Series X, or whatever Xbox you have. And so that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, like Assassin's Creed Shadows
hopefully,
is the Series X version.
Yeah, hopefully from what we're hearing that they're gonna double down and do more Play Anywhere. But I don't see people like where the pendulum swings over to the Xbox PC yet, because people are still gonna buy games on Steam, and Steam's not gonna support the Xbox Play Anywhere feature.
Well, the thing is,
yes, they will. Certain games will. All you got to do is sign into your Microsoft account. That's like saying.
Plus,
hold on.
With Doom.
But they do that with Rock. But so if they don't allow it with Xbox, why do they allow it with Rockstar? Riddle me that one. With GTA, because any of them. Let's be real. Steam, what does Steam do? If you buy a Microsoft game on Steam, what does it do? It makes sure that you have Xbox installed. If you buy a Rockstar, if you buy GTA, it's just going to install the GTA launcher, the Rockstar launcher. If you buy a Ubisoft game or any other game, it installs their launcher. It doesn't use Steam. It uses whatever launcher it needs. So it literally
I'm saying
block it.
Majority of the PC guys are in Steam. We trust. Like you cannot
Well, yeah, but that's because they don't mind.
Then don't buy it. Yeah, if you don't have an Xbox, then don't buy it on Steam, or don't buy it on Xbox. Buy it on Steam.
This is what the problem is. It's those people that do that don't care about the fact that they don't own any of their games on Steam. Steam can yank those titles anytime they want, and they lose it permanently. There's no getting your money back. There's no getting your game. You don't own any game that's on Steam. Valve's already come out and told everyone that. They updated the TOS.
Yeah, they did.
Literally say that you do not own, if you buy a game from off of Steam, you don't own it, and we can take it away at any time we please.
Now that's definitely fair.
They did say that.
So look, well, Ryan, you were saying you had more that you wanted to say to that because you were saying something.
Oh, no, I was just saying that if somebody doesn't have Xbox, then buy it on Steam. But if you have Xbox, and you have PC, then it makes sense to buy it Play Anywhere, and especially because that is exactly right. Steam came out and said that. Like, that was in the Steam community chats and everything. That's what they're talking about, and that's why things like GOG are popular, because there's no DRM. If you buy something on Good Old Games, you own it.
Well, that's why GOG is now. That's why GOG. But everybody on Steam countered that, was like, well, they just only provide old games, and GOG updated it, and they are starting to carry brand new games that are coming out.
Yeah, guys.
So literally, after that.
You don't own digital games, though. You can't do anything.
Yes, you do.
With
On GOG, yes,
on GOG, yeah, you do.
Listen here,
how can you own something you can't physically hold?
No.
Because it's on your your hard drive.
Do you own
when you download something on?
Hold on.
Listen.
Right,
at the end of the day, if that company. No, listen. Hear me out, man.
Listen here, Pony. Hold on. I'm going to counter you real quick. Then you can talk, Pony Boy. This is the reality. And everything on your PlayStation. If you're going to tell me that if I download a game on any service on my PC, I don't own it, then that's the same thing that applies to your.
Yeah, exactly.
Box, you don't own a damn.
Yeah, and I'm saying.
No, he's saying that in general. He's saying that for everything. He's saying anything digital is not owned. Now here I counter that. I see where you're saying. You're just saying that you don't physically own it. But you know what happened to me? All right, let's take it back.
You're going offline mode, you do.
So listen, before I left Jersey, I had a Sega Nomad, right? I had a TurboGrafx 16. I had the PlayStation 3, the 60 gig. So you would say that I own these. These are mine, right? I own them. I went to sell those, and none of them worked because over time they stopped working. And like,
who's saying this thing about PC? Because number one, if you have GOG, you go on offline mode, you can play your games.
That's the thing. They provide you the downloadable file, like, so I can literally download whatever game I buy. It will download it through their launcher, but they also provide the execution file, so I can put it on a flash drive and I can install it on any PC.
Yeah, because that's how I bought Cyberpunk on GOG. That's the only way. When Cyberpunk launched, if you wanted it on PC, you had to buy it from Good Old Games, and you had the file. So whoever's saying this seems like they don't have experience with PC.
Hold on. To be fair, real quick, Andy. To be fair though, when Cyberpunk launched, I played it on the only place that you could play it, and that was Stadia.
That was Stadia.
Ooh, yeah.
So listen,
Stadium, right? That's how the cloud works. Boys.
So listen.
It's a man's
but
cloud.
think about it though. So you guys are correct, but also incorrect. Remember when Evolve came out? So Evolve was like the first asymmetrical game that made it popular. When they went out of business, that game, remember, was a multiplayer game, right? Online. You can't do that anymore. Like, look at Friday the 13th, the Jason game, right?
Oh man, why you gotta stick a knife in my heart?
And now you can't run around and play online. But
here's the thing, though, Anthony.
You'll always have that game.
But here's the thing: there are platforms like, let's say, the original Xbox. Obviously, Microsoft does not support online for that device. But there is a third-party community that actually all you have to do is go to their site, connect your Xbox, and they recreated the entire online. So they have hundreds of people that use online service for the Xbox. But there are also now.
But you can't say that for every game. That's
no, not every game. The ones that work with it, or people use. But you've got people that are like indie developers that are coming out with brand new Super Nintendo games. I had followed two developers on Threads. One just released a Nintendo game. Somebody else just released a brand new Game Boy game that is actually
Yeah,
just Windows.
I actually I brought this up a couple weeks ago. There's a brand new Sega Genesis game. I was like,
dude,
wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing. The retro stuff is coming back. Just like in New York City, they just had a massive what are those event in New York somewhere. I don't remember where. I think it was yes, that's the word. Over the weekend for VHS, cassette tapes, and 8-tracks. They had they had thousands of people showing up because it's younger people, like younger than me and you, that are going there and buying these things because they're tired of the cost of streaming services. I came in when you guys brought me in, you were still finishing up. I was listening to y'all finish up about the TV, the subscriptions with I don't know if you were talking about like the Netflix and all of these others, but the TV stuff there. If you start adding up all of the places that you want to watch the shows that you like to watch, if one's on Paramount, you got to pay for Paramount. Let's say then there's Peacock, there's Discovery Plus, there's Netflix, there's or Max or whatever the hell they call it, Disney, Hulu, ESPN. That's if you start adding them all up and they keep increasing.
Yeah, it's more than cable. Buying all the services.
But the other thing that they're doing now is they're shoving ads into everything the same way as cable. So the whole cut the cord is gone.
The benefits disappear.
Because they realized that it's not profitable to do it where it was when it first started. It was 100% cheaper than cable. But as time has grown and those services have gotten bigger and they've condensed the libraries, you can't keep the price.
I think the thing is you have to. So what I did, right? So you have to be specific. So here's my gripe with Game Pass, and this is why I like GameFly, right? So I just want to say this. Now it's okay, it's on you, but I'm a specific gamer, right? Meaning, I look at Game Pass as no disrespect, but I feel it's great for someone who doesn't know what games they want to play. Meaning, you go on Game Pass, like, oh, what's on there today? You're just scrolling through. You're like, you know what? Let me play this, right? So same thing with Netflix. My wife and I, we just go through Netflix. We'll just be scrolling and be like, we just watch a 5-second video and be like, let's watch that show. We don't know. But when I think of GameFly, when I think of going to the movies, you don't get up and say, I'm just going to walk in the movie theater and whatever they got, let's watch it. You never do that. You say, I've seen the trailer. This is what I want to watch. I'm going to the movie. You make an intentional investment of your time. Hold up real quick, Matt. And the same thing with think of GameFly, right? I literally look and see all these games and I say, that's the game I want to play right now. So when I think of, when I think of these subscription services, so hold up real quick, I'm almost done. These subscription services, I just recently had Apple Plus, right? Because I wanted to watch Severance Season 2 and Silo Season 2. Soon as it was over, canceled it. Now I got HBO because I'm watching The Last of Us. Then I'm going to catch up with House of Dragons Season 2. Then they're going to be coming out with the John Cena show, Peacemaker will be coming out.
Nobody care about John Cena. He's a bum.
So what I'm saying
is about the WWE universe. Let's be real.
So what I'm saying is I'm specific.
Well, we know Ben has bad taste.
Now, I'm specific in my nature. Now, I'm not saying everybody do what I got to do, but I think this is how you play those services. The problem is people would say, oh, I can't play. How can I watch them all? You don't need to watch them all. Let's binge watch. Netflix taught us that. They put all their stuff out and you can watch them at your own time, right? Literally, Game of Thrones Season 2 of House of Dragons came out, 2 years ago, a year? I don't know. I don't even know. But guess what? Now I'm going to watch it and get to binge it. So I feel like you got to play these services against each other and don't let them play you. If you buy them all or subscribe to them all, the cut the cord is terrible. But for me, I'm still winning with cut the cord because I didn't jump out and was like, I got to watch this. I don't even have time to watch all of that. So I'm really
now. I mean, you're old and retired and you live in Florida, so now you have all the time.
Well, I mean,
hold on. In between, like shuffleboard, what are other old people play down at the nursing homes? I can't. The
bingo.
Games.
They play bingo.
Bingo. Yeah. So you got that.
Hey, hold on. Wait a minute, Ben. You've been retired for about 38 years.
What you're describing, the way you use GameFly, that's like the way that I've been watching like the retro stuff making a massive comeback.
Right.
I can see in like maybe 2 years. If it continues that trend because the TV streaming services keep going up in price and you just don't get everything, I could see a Blockbuster style store come back because that's what you just described.
That'd be badass. I would support that.
But that is what you just described was Blockbuster, essentially. Because you know what you were going to go when you went to Blockbuster on Friday night. You were going there for your popcorn, your movie, and your video game. Or possibly to rent the PlayStation 2 and never return it. I mean, I've heard stories of that. I never did that.
Hey, Vet, do me a favor and make sure you
I only did that at Hollywood Video.
Hold on, Vet. You gotta say allegedly. You always gotta throw
Allegedly, yeah. If I were to do that, right?
So look, let me switch gears real quick. So real quick, Blood put something in the chat, and I want to ask y'all because I think it's going to be controversial, but this is where I want to go with it. So just let me finish. So he said Game Pass subscription service is better than Sony's. Fact. But Sony's IPs did walk Xbox Game Pass by a landslide. Would you put your bangers on a subscription service that is guaranteed to sell 10 million? Now, wait. That's not where I want to go with it. What I want to go with it is it's a fact that PlayStation this is the lowest it's been for PlayStation. Like the only game they came out with was Astrobot in like a year. Like so,
and they're remaking Last of Us for the 56th time. Sony's treating Last of Us like Skyrim.
Okay,
but it's not Skyrim.
Hold on.
I'm tired of the over-exaggeration of The Last of Us being remastered. Motherfucker, it's a fucking bundle deal. If you own
doesn't matter, it's not a bundle. You can buy 50 and 50, and we already have it. We already have it.
No, so let me jump in real quick.
You know what I already have to? I have 500 fucking copies of Skyrim and Mario Brothers, but no one bitches about that.
Oh no, I bitch about it. I will buy it, but I still bitch about it.
No, let me ask this. Why aren't you people bitching about Cyberpunk getting ported to Switch? It's another remaster. Come on.
Hey,
well, that's different.
I can have my. Hold on. I can have.
How's it different? How's it different?
Hold on.
All right, guys, hold on. It's people watching, and they want to hear you guys. I know you got great thoughts. So just hold on a little bit. No. See, look what he said. You host a Rabble. Listen, I told y'all this is the new show. I'm gonna have to be judge, jury, and executioner, and I will step in when I need to. Because I want the people who are listening to actually. You guys got great points. So let me bring TPG back on, and I want him to be able to elaborate his points. Now, you were talking about people are over-exaggerating The Last of Us remake. So explain that.
Like I hear all the time they say, oh, they're pouring The Last of Us game. It's not a fucking port. The Last of Us collection is exactly that. It's just a collection. It's a bundle deal. It's basically if you were to take the 2 copies of the game, let's just say, the remasters, and put them in a nice little overlay, and there you go. Hey,
so let me
go, sir.
It. So I actually did this live. We talked about this, and I did it live. So he's correct. I own both remasters, and I went to try to buy both remasters. All right. When I clicked on it to buy it, it brought up the ones I already own. So it won't allow you to purchase the game again. You can't even purchase it again unless you was dumb enough to own it and go to the store and buy it again. But that was on you. So I wanted to make sense of what you were saying because it is good info, and so you guys were just kind of going back and forth, and I wanted you to be able to explain it.
I don't get why also The Last of Us gets this much hate, but I swear to God, Naughty Dog has a fucking target on their back, and everyone fucking tries to take a shot at it.
So I think Naughty Dog is kind of like one of those when you feel like it's the big dog, you want to take a swing. Naughty Dog have put out great games. Matter of fact, I don't think any of their games was bad, right? They have, unless you just don't like third-person action adventures, right? But they did a great job. But I think people, when you think of Sony's top game, you'd be thinking God of War, Last of Us, Uncharted. So at the end of the day, I think people do want to take a swing at Naughty Dog, which is fair, right? If we're console warring, I'm taking a swing at The Last of Us, coming out with another The Last of Us. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense.
So,
yeah, but that's the thing is too. I find it so funny. It's actually called The Last of Us Complete. So, I think we're not getting more Last of Us too. But
well, I think yeah.
Christ.
Well, that is crazy. But
I'm just tired. I'm tired of this franchise having a target on its back, and these fucking morons think they're fucking original. I don't like The Last of Us. Wow.
I mean,
do you not like Mountain Dew Voltage either? Do you not like Baja Blast? My God, please give me your insightful intake that I haven't heard a billion times from other fucking morons.
So let's do that. Let's get an insightful take. So Ryan, explain what you were saying.
Okay. Number one, my bait worked. No, I know they didn't remake it. They did. I think if you bought, because each game by itself is like $70. So obviously, if it's a bundle deal, you're saving $20. So the bait worked. But no, I have a PS5 as well. Yeah.
So Ryan, real quick, if you actually bought the original Last of Us 2, you could upgrade just for $10.
Yeah. No, and that's the same thing I did with Horizon, the Zero Dawn. No, I think what Sony's doing is great. You know, if you want the new updated versions of these upgrades, you just pay $10. And no, so I did the same thing. I haven't bought the package deal. I bought, I already had Last of Us Part 1 and Last of Us 2 Remastered anyways before that deal. But if I was going to do it today, yeah, because I'd save $20 or more. Because each game's like $50 a piece if you figure that. Otherwise, if you buy it by itself, it's $70. But then I haven't looked to try and see the games by themselves. Did you guys say that it's not even available to do if you click on
So let me explain it. I actually did this live on I think 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. Somebody said like, "Oh, you can't buy it." I was like, "What do you mean you can't buy it?" So I actually did this live. I did with everybody watching. I own them both. I went to go buy them, and when I clicked on the purchase, it didn't show it like a purchase. When I clicked on it, it popped it up and said in your library. It wouldn't even allow me to purchase it. So it knows that you already own it.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess that's kind of good to do, but no, I love The Last of Us. I don't know how crazy I am about the season 2 after what happened. I don't like the way they did Joel dying the way he did. I like the way she drug herself to his body though to be with him. But no, I just this new game that they're coming out with,
Intergalactic.
Intergalactic looks woke as hell. I mean, because people will sit there and they'll be like, oh, well, Sigourney Weaver in Alien 3 was shaved. Okay, the difference is Sigourney Weaver's hot, right? And she shaved her head in that movie. She was hot. She didn't act like she wanted a penis the way that this other. I don't know. That game looks like it sucks. In my opinion,
I'm a little confused because when we were watching the game, the one Dodge man, hold up real quick, and hold up, we got a celebrity in the building. Purple Haze is in the building. Purple Haze said, never knew there was a Mountain Dew Voltage. See, you learn a lot of stuff on the Cowboy, keeping it real. Now, Dodge man said, appreciate the $10. Dodge man said, that's no argument. If your internet goes down, Game Pass and digital games aren't gonna work on Xbox or PlayStation. Maybe PC is different, but
if you're in offline mode, it does.
I'm a console gamer.
Okay. Doesn't it work if you're in offline mode? Right? I mean, I haven't been without the internet for a minute, but
yeah, I think if I was to turn my internet off, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to play certain games, but it just as long as the game didn't need an update or something. Well, you can play a game without an update. You just can't do.
Yeah, you can hit start now.
Yeah, usually the updates will hinder you from doing something online. Let me see
what
Blood said. He said, what's woke about Intergalactic? Oh, hold up. He said, what's woke about Intergalactic? It's a female lead character. How does that make
It's not that she's female. It is not that she's female. Look at the type of female she is. Like I mean, are you going to tell me that this woman doesn't have the woke attitude that they're trying to push in comparison to somebody like Lara Croft or Aloy or something like that? Or Joanna Dark? Like, there's been plenty of games with female leads. It's not because she's female. Look at her. She's not hot. She's not, she acts like she's got an attitude problem. Like, I mean, on the thing, she's like, sipping the Slurpee, and like she acts like she has an issue. Like I don't know. It's not Sigourney Weaver in Alien 3, I'll tell you that.
So, so here's the thing. I'm a little older. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I still don't get the woke thing. I always hear people use woke in so many different terms, and I feel like I don't get it. Is woke meaning people are gay? Is woke meaning like FCAT will come up with...
It's not that she's gay. They're trying to push I'm woman, hear me roar in our face. Like, just if you watch the trailer, you can't tell me that you don't think they're trying to push. Just like how Neil Druckmann did insert himself into Last of Us 2 with that sex scene with Abby. We all know that was him. Looks just like it.
So let me bring the guys back on. Let me ask you guys about this.
No.
Wait.
All right, calm
Who
down,
brought
bro.
up woke?
Calm
Who
down.
brought up
You
woke?
can make a thought, but let's hear from FCAT. We haven't heard of FCAT say anything. In a minute.
Who brought up the word woke?
No,
I did.
Brian did.
I did. It was my fault.
No, it's I just I don't know. I don't really get woke because I hear it being used, thrown around so much that I'm not sure what it means. But
Okay.
for me, when I remember when they had the one scene in the Avengers where all the female chicks stood next to each other, and a lot of guys had a problem with that. I guess that doesn't bother me because I got 3 daughters, so I'm like, oh, that was cool.
Doesn't bother me.
I can picture my daughters banding together or something like that. So. And I'm also not one of the guys that feel like this is a man's world. And, I just feel like, listen, to each your own. I don't really care what you're doing in your own house. That's on you. So so I don't get the woke thing. This, when I seen it, I didn't take it as woke. I'll be honest with you. I think my wife was talking about it. My wife is white, and obviously I'm black, right? My wife was talking about it yesterday, and my wife was like, yo, we're talking about like if she was bald headed, if she got older. She's like, man, black women could do bald heads great. And I was like, it's funny because my mom has a very short haircut like this woman, right? So I guess it's I grew up seeing my mom.
This chick's acting like a dude.
I didn't get that impression, but go ahead, TBG.
Okay. First off, I'm gonna try to be polite. I'm just over exaggerating my feelings right now. But dude, me and you do not know what woke is. What? She has an attitude? You mean like everyone in the fucking world?
No, come on.
Oh, did you even watch the trailer? Do you understand the context of what's going on?
Okay, listen, guys.
Okay,
God damn! Wait, what did I miss? What's woke?
This right here on the screen.
Intergalactic.
Saying that he felt Intergalactic was woke because.
I just feel like they're trying to push a DEI thing with that character.
Oh my god.
DEI.
Whoa, hold on. TPG, take your blood pressure medicine before you have a heart attack.
Take it down a little bit, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna.
And now, FCAT, what in the fuck are you saying? Oh my god, for you are like the ringleader. No. I know who said that, but hold on.
For Ryan, let me break it down for Ryan.
Hold on.
They got their win with Concord. Okay, y'all got your wins with Concord, Dustborn, and whatever came out last year. This year is totally different. Yeah, y'all not winning this year. Every game that y'all call that those people call woke, y'all they've all.
Wait,
prospered.
wasn't Assassin's Creed Shadows woke because it had gay stuff in it?
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, that's right.
I think it was actually because that wasn't going on back then with the Yasuke and none of that.
But listen here. Hold on. I FCAT, shush for a minute. I got to ask a question. I want to counter what's his name just said. So how do you know that they weren't doing that gay shit back then? Were you there in the 1500s? I'm just asking.
I'm very familiar with Japanese culture.
Okay, well, once again, what that is some dude writing down on a piece of paper.
But why include any of it? What I'm saying is, look, Assassin's Creed. None of the other Assassin's Creed games were about who they were.
All right, guys, listen. Yeah, listen. It's a great conversation. Like, I love listening to y'all thoughts, but like, You guys, this is what I feel like you're doing, right? When somebody's talking, you're thinking about what you want to say before you want to finish listening, right? Because imagine if somebody say, like, imagine in your head you like, oh, I can't stand woke. And imagine somebody was like, oh, woke is okay, and then at the end they say, but this is why I hate it. And you're like, oh snap, I agree with them. So you guys kind of got to wait till somebody finish their thought, and then have your thought based off on everything they just said. I know they might say one thing that you want to counter, but kind of like let them finish it. Now, for the person who's talking, just don't drag it on, bro. Like, everybody want to talk. So make a good point, sum it up, put in a little ball, throw it out there, and then the next person be like, okay, cool, let me counter that. So let's try this again, because this is great. Matter of fact, let's just bring Ryan and Vet on real quick. So go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Right, what was the comment?
Did you want to? So bring your question to me and make your point, and then I'll do.
You said that none of the other Assassin's Creed games had gay shit in it, but one Shadow.
No. It's not about gay shit.
That is a choice. You can.
I get it.
To make your character do the hanky panky with another dude, or a chick rolling around on the beach.
Sure.
You can also do that in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You can take either one of those characters and make them do the hanky panky with anybody else in that game.
I don't see the relevance of having sex and romance at all in an Assassin's Creed game. That was my point. Straight, bisexual, trisexual, whatever. That like I don't think that they should be making, like Skyrim and Witcher. It kind of makes sense, I guess. But with this Assassin's Creed, it's like these games are about killing people and war, and you know what I mean. Like I don't. So I don't mean. Let me.
I get that, but the reason that it became a big deal is because the people that shared that video, the footage, did that on purpose to make it a big deal. Because nobody was talking about that until the trolls out there that knew damn well that it was gonna catch like wildfire. They picked those choices specifically to record just that. I know that worked because I used that to get myself kicked out of the NVIDIA GeForce Now ambassador. Because I may have.
Oh, you did. I heard about that.
Allegedly, I may have taken those two clips of the dude with the non-binary dude and the chicks rolling on the beach and dumped them into the GFN subreddit and put some comments, and then they booted me out.
Vet, thank you for saying allegedly.
Hey, there's no proof.
Yes, that's what I noticed. Yeah.
There's no proof that I did that. Just, I don't know who that Vet Cloud Gaming guy is. I'm Vet Rage Gaming. Totally different guy.
Yeah. Can I? Okay, let me use a bigger example then. Dragon Age Veilguard. There's a scene. You're sitting at dinner. Okay, there's a scene. You're sitting at dinner, and all of a sudden, Tosh just comes out and says, "So I'm so I'm non-binary." It's like, what? Like where'd that even come from? You don't even select anything. They just make it part of the generic cutscene. Who cares about this shit? Like I don't think any of it.
I want to see someone be like, "Yo, I just banged that dragon over there." That as a choice.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like. So I don't mean it to look so one-sided, okay, guys. I don't think my main point is some characters' sexual orientation. Sometimes it just doesn't have any place in any game, no matter what it is. It's like, dude, these are like Shadows, right? It's about a shinobi and Yasuke and his samurai story, although it's definitely been exaggerated. But my point is, it's about that thing.
Hold on. Would it have been an issue if he was white?
He's not white. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm not talking about him.
No. I understand.
I'm talking about the sex.
Okay. That's what I'm getting at. Would it have been an issue with the gay stuff if he had been a white dude, though?
It would have been an issue. Look, my point is black, white, purple. To me, it would, because I don't see the appropriate. I don't care if he's fucking her. That's what I'm saying. And I don't care what color they are. I don't care what sex or gender they are. To me, I was pissed that and just like, I was like, what reference does any sex or romance have in this particular story of the, you know what I mean? That's what, so I should have like expanded, but that's my whole thing.
I get it, but I also think that if it was a white dude as the samurai dude, then nobody would have done anything about it. Nobody would have posted the videos.
Maybe the majority,
You might have said something, but it would not have made it to Twitter.
Real quick, I will say this. But I will say this too. You did have a problem with the chick in Intergalactic, and she was black, and you was.
It's not that she's black at all. No. Hold on. What I'm saying is the character. That character makes it okay. That particular character, it's like they got all the boxes they got to check. Like to me, it stands out, and the only reason I say this is because of excuse me, of where I live, right? And it's a big thing. I live in Utah, right? I'm actually pulling in Salt Lake as we speak, and then got to go to work. Like, it just seems like
I got it. I understand now.
Yeah.
Now I get where we're going with that. But I'm just saying, like that character in this new game, Intergalactic. If it was a white chick, nobody would have said anything. They would have been like, "Oh, look, it's like that movie G.I. Jane." Just saying.
No, but I still would have said something because what it looks like they're pushing. But I'm not the majority.
But that's the thing. When it gets to be blown up into a big thing, and then the articles start picking it up, is if it makes it onto Twitter and everybody keeps.
Yeah, that's what I hate. I hate politics being in games.
The only reason that you're doing that, I hate to say, look, I'm as white as anybody, but I also
you and I are both the whitest guys to ever white. True.
But here's the thing. I know damn well that they're playing the race card with this shit. That's why it's being brought up. That's why they're making it into this big ass thing. Because if it was stupid sharing the videos would not have done it. Because the people sharing the videos are racist white people that probably voted for the dumbass that's in charge of this country.
And they're mixing in with, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. The people who should be saying something aren't, and the people who are saying something about the wrong thing. So it's just all fucked up, in my opinion.
It's clickbait.
Well, listen,
and the people
quick,
that aren't
go ahead. All right, guys. I don't want to go on this one forever, but somebody want to actually comment to Ryan. So hold on. All right. And so, all right, go ahead, TPG.
Okay, so Ryan, first off, I want to say this right now. I got nothing against you. Me and you obviously have different, tastes and stuff, and that's fine. So I find it weird that you sat there and said Eric Galactic looks like shit when we have not even seen the game like as a full product. We essentially just saw an announcement trailer. And second thing,
see, there's ones with gameplay. There's gameplay in it. There's some gameplay in it. It looks like Final Fantasy.
I didn't see it. I mean, as far as we know, that could have just been her jumping. As far as we know.
No, just Google it and it'll show some gameplay trailer.
Okay, sure. I'll believe that. Second thing, why is it bad for a girl to have an attitude?
It's not just she just has an attitude. It's the time. I mean, come on, man. Let's not. I mean, I think you're putting on some blinders with the attitude that it is, and just the way that.
So okay, so we have to understand what's going on in the context of the trailer. She's a bounty hunter. She has hunted down.
No, I get it.
She's probably pretty good at her job. She's probably a little overconfident. That's probably why when she gets to the
it's not just the overconfidence. Yeah. But, there's a different. You know why I use Sigourney Weaver in Alien 3? Because it's that same type of scenario. So Ellen Ripley is a badass, a bona fide badass in Alien 3. Shaves her head. She's in the prison with a bunch of dudes. Very kind of butch looking. However, she's still not like there's still kind of that difference. Just from what I've seen, I could be wrong.
If I remember correctly, with Aliens and I almost said Rhea Ripley. Ripley isn't her whole story arc. The reason why she shaves her head is to kind of come off as a badass, and then she's off to try to protect.
It's because she's in a prison and with a bunch of dudes, and they all had their head shaved. No, it was for safety. Watch the movie.
Hold on. All right, so hold on, real quick.
She joins the military, and they.
All right, so if you guys don't know, I had the trailer. I posted it in the background, still in the background. But I got to show the people in the comments some love, right? Because I seen some of my people popping in there, and I can't go so long without reading the comments. So let me go to the comments, And I'll start right here. Let me see. So Keelan said, what's woke about Intergalactic? It's a female lead character. How does that make her woke? She's not gay, by the way. He said, no, I don't see. I didn't. No, I don't see it. She's hot to me, black and Asian mix. And then he said, Cubini said the entire studio is woke. The game is just another piece of evidence. And then Keelan said she's not gay, and he said she had a boyfriend. Now, Cubini said the Avengers scene isn't woke at all. Big difference. And Lizard Ting said complaining about woke games usually is a code for I get no woman. And then Blood said she's acting like a dude. How? And then Cubini said it's perfect dark woke. LOL. And then Lizard said no complaints. Kratos is bald and he has an attitude. That was pretty funny, actually. Blood said woke really means aware, enlightened, intelligent, spiritually guided. Usually gay has nothing to do with woke. Cubini said console game and war in the car while driving. Man, times have changed. And then Purple Haze is in the building. She said, a Cubini gaming, haven't you done the same as well? He said, I mean, maybe. LOL. Guys, let's take it down a little bit. Listen, we still having fun, but it's great conversation. And I want everybody to get a chance to chime in. But I want to get to everybody. But I'm not trucking anymore. Oh, Cubini, that's right. You did say you stopped. Really, what happened? I heard Cubini got fired for eating on the job. Ryan cares more about gay sex and woke BS. He said, long story, 8 to 10, overspeeding, tickets, yada, yada, yada. Oh, wow. All right. They did fire you. Let me see. I do ride share full time now. Purple said, don't bring me into this. Nobody bringing you into this, sucker. 98% of Yasuke history was made up. Rich, what's going on, Rich? Hey, Rich, I know we getting on this Monster Hunter tonight, bro. I've been playing like crazy. I got like over 100 hours in this game now. And I said last week or a couple weeks ago that I wasn't going to play Monster Hunter again on Tuesday night, that I was going to stream something else. But I just keep coming back to it. It's my addiction. Let me see. Purple said, oh, wow, how you liking that? And my man, 503 Gaming is in the building. He said, at the hospital, wife had surgery. Everything is fine so far. Blessings, Gaming brothers. I had to pop in, but hit the like button. Oh, man. Hey, thanks very much for the like button, man. That's good news with the wife. And definitely prayers goes out to her, man. And thanks for popping in, as usual. It's a process, but making good money almost more than trucking. All right. Good to hear. 5-0. And then the prayers with you and your family. Cubini said G.I. Jane was a true story. Can't define that as woke other than telling the story. Well, woke didn't exist back then. That's the thing. Purple Haze said Vet is technically reddish, to be honest. Thank you, Purple. It's been a rough, but she's a soldier. Let me see. Oh, yeah, he mentioned the Orange Man. We know we won't side. We know what side he's on. LOL. That whole thing. That's a whole lot of forehead to be TPG. That's great. Let me see. Wow, Perp hating on Vet and calling him red. Believe. Now it makes sense why I never get invites anymore. Oh man, you guys are great. In the game cinematics, no gameplay. Yeah, it wasn't no gameplay. All white woman. Wait, what? Yo, Casper, what's up? Ryan don't like girl bosses. And then that's what FCat said. And then Cap said, I would need to see gameplay and some more reviews from others to see if I get it or not. Yeah, it's way too early about this game, to be honest. Why does the main chick looks like Raven Simone? LOL. She actually is a real actor. And that actor was in The Last of Us season 2. If you guys didn't know, she was on the second episode when they killed Joel. Like that lady is actually, and she's bald headed in The Last of Us. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but y'all crazy with this woke stuff. Raven Simone, LOL. He said, "Nah, I can't unsee that. I gotta pull up the video up." Shay, I thought woke meant dumb. Karens. This woke stuff is super gay. Y'all spend more time arguing about woke stuff and console wars than actually gaming. I agree. I gotta bring up the girl though. She is a real person though. Yo, Jason, what's up, man? So let's bring the panel back up. But what I did want to talk about though, I wanted to bring up the fact that PlayStation has been very dry. So I kind of want to get you guys' thoughts about that, and then we kind of got pulled into the whole intergalactic thing. But somebody help me out though. I swear there was one of the most recent game showcase. There was it was the one where FCAT was saying that they was gonna have all these games on it, right? And they showed some space game, and we thought it was intergalactic, and it was another game. Am I miss like FCAT? Help me out with that. FCAT, what game was that? Am I not remember?
You're talking about
that
the
showcase?
supermassive space game.
What do you know the name
Yeah,
of it?
supermassive. I don't know. I forgot the name of it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look. You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Remember we
Yeah,
thought.
the supermassive game. It's,
All right, so
it's made by Supermassive, who made Until Dawn, and what's that other game that Purple Haze League?
That Purple Haze Light? Space.
The horror game, where you know the game
okay,
that was
here.
supposed to come to Stadia.
Hey, yo, y'all gonna be mad at me. If you're black, you're gonna be mad at me for this one. Y'all gonna be mad at me for this one.
So my thing to Ryan, like, because the anti-wokers were saying, you know, they were calling race swap for South of Midnight, and that is completely inaccurate because it's only suiting that she should be a black character
Hold on,
in the
FCAT.
deep south of
FCAT,
Louisiana.
Hold up, y'all gonna be mad at me for this one. I don't know why I mixed them up. Y'all gonna be like, oh, you think all black women look alike? But this is the game, and I thought it was intergalactic, and in my head I thought they was the same girl until I actually seen it again. Because she's based off a real person too. Damn, I thought this was intergalactic. And then they end up showing the name of it, and I was like, oh, this isn't intergalactic. But it kind of reminds you, right? Black chick, low haircut, in space. My bad. Anyway, go ahead, FK. Sorry.
No, Ryan, I had to jump out, so I guess we can get off this woke conversation.
Let me just say real quick.
Kibini said PS is dry.
Hold on, real quick. Just want to say bye to you, Ryan. Thanks for coming on, man. It was definitely good catching up with you, bro. I'm glad you're doing good. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for being a good sport. Definitely love to have you around. If you're ever free, I'm doing this every Tuesday. Jump in, man. It's been a blast, and I thank you for being a part of the show. All right, sorry. Now go ahead. What you're saying, FCAT?
No, I was reading Kibini's comment. PlayStation is dry because they pivoted all their game development and canceled most of them in 2027, where PlayStation is back and getting better. Have you noticed, Kibini and Cowboy, that Intergalactic and Sorrows, by the time they come out, the PS6 will be rolling out. So you might as well, if you're a PlayStation player looking forward to those two games, like, you might as well wait for PS6.
I got a question though. How much better is PlayStation 6 going to be than a PS5 Pro? I feel
It's not going to beta test the PSSR. That we know. It's going to be full PSSR, abilities.
Well, I just feel like what more is the PS6 going to do than the PS5 Pro does? Like, I think I got a feeling it's going to be more about, you could get stable 60 frames, but I can't picture games looking that much better than they look now. Like by 20, these consoles was being worked on probably 10 years ago. So then the newer console, would have just started being worked on maybe 5 years ago, but I don't know, man. I don't, and a PS5 Pro is $800, so I can't see a PlayStation 6 being less than that. You know what I mean?
It better have a better CPU.
And I don't see a PlayStation.
Right.
Look, I don't see a PlayStation 5 Pro dropping that much in price before PlayStation 6 come out in 2 years. So I feel like in 2 years, it might drop $100. So it'll be like, it's gonna be. I don't know how they're gonna
Let
do this.
everybody else on. I know there's obviously people out there.
I was about to say, bro, I was in the process of making a video and putting that shit on Twitter and tagging you and Des Bryant in it.
Yeah.
Be like, yo, Des, this bum here called you out, and I had to put him in his place. You both has-beens. Keep me in the back. What the F?
Sorry, man. I just want to,
Now, what are you babbling on about with the PSSR? Do you even know what it does?
No. I'm saying that if you're looking forward to Intergalactic and Sorrows, by the time they come out, the PS6 will be right around the corner,
so
and
you're
it'll
saying
be
that
better to play those two games on PS6. So you might as well wait.
So you're saying that those games aren't coming out till 2027 at the earliest?
Pretty much. Sorrows is going to probably be late 2026.
Hold on. And
Intergalactic 2027.
Your source to confirm this was which Twitter person that you got it from?
I'm just saying.
You're just saying that's
they did say Intergalactic won't come until 2027. That's confirmed.
Ain't nothing coming out this year anyways. We already know the only game that anybody gives two shits about is going to be GTA 6, and then everything will come out next year. Because as soon as GTA 6 launches, nobody's going to care about any other game. That's just the reality. With the PSSR, unless you're a PC guy and you know all about AMD, you can't really tell me anything that I don't already know about that, because the PSSR was literally designed by AMD for Sony. It's AI upscaling. It's the same shit that's in a PC with an AMD GPU. It's the AMD FSR. It's just the console version. So you have to, like, if you're gonna talk about PSSR, you need to like look up the AMD stuff.
But you can't deny that the Pro is beta testing PSSR for PS6.
Hold on, how do we even know any of this? FK, hold on, I'm about to bring just me and FK on here. Hold on, mother. Bro, how do you know any of this is what you're saying? Please let me know.
I'm very. It's official. They've said it. PS5 Pro is beta testing PSSR through PS6.
Okay.
Bring me on, Cowboy. Am I bad? Okay. So hold on, real quick. You do know that the PSSR is for the games. Like, I can't just Assassin's Creed Shadow is the only game I have installed that actually utilizes the PSSR. Like, I don't have anything else that I play. There's no other game on my system, on my PS5 Pro, that even uses it, right? The game has to have the ability to enable that. There's no settings I can go into on the PS5 Pro and turn on PSSR. It's for the game itself. The game has to have that feature to turn it on, to even use it. Otherwise, it does no good. So there's no beta testing unless all of a sudden we're going to magically have hundreds of games coming out this year and next year, or whenever the PS6 is going to launch, let's say 2027. So you're telling me from between now and at launch, Sony's just going to drop a ass load of games, good, like first party titles and things that are all going to have that feature where you can turn it on. Because right now there's only one game that has that feature that I'm aware of. Maybe TPG can, counter that, but the only one that I'm aware of that even has it is Assassin's Creed Shadows. And if I didn't have Shadows, I wouldn't get to use it then. So there's no beta testing.
Yeah, Shadows on the Pro, they optimized for it and they made it good.
So just for the record, I was on the phone with one of my friends and she says you guys are all liberals. Not even watching the show.
Hey. Hold up. Now I'm racially offended. Does this look? Hold on. Look. Does that look like a fucking liberal would wear? Come on now, bro. Get the F out of here with that nonsense. Do you see that? Wait. Hold on. I can't look at my screen. There we go.
It's considered.
Yeah. Tell who's the liberal now, because there ain't no liberals walking around town rocking that hat. I can tell you that.
You know what's crazy? I'm so out of the politics. I don't even know what a liberal is.
Dude, hey, Anthony, to be fair, liberals don't even know what the fuck liberals are. Let's be real.
Fair enough. Then I must be a liberal.
That is a made-up word because nobody cares about politics anymore because we all know it's all fake news, everything.
So
Fake news.
I was looking in the comments. So I was looking in the comments, and Beanie and
Beanie says next
Blood was
Xbox
going
2027. Really?
So I was looking in the comments.
They mean coming out with another console. Get the F out of here with that nonsense.
So I was looking in the comments, and Blood and Cubini was having a good conversation. He was going back and forth about PlayStation, and when people said Xbox had no games, now PlayStation had no games. So I'm just trying to be fair, right? Yes, right now PlayStation has had a real low. And
yes, it's dry, man.
Yeah, it is real dry. But well, I feel like they mentioned some games coming. We still got the Wolverine, still got Phantom Blade Zero. Some games are coming. But I don't think there's any dates. That's the issue. So I want to, we got to be fair. Let me bring FCAT and Vet Rage Gaming in. Here's the thing. I'll say this. So this is one of my pet peeves with FCAT, and not Vet so much, but Vet just getting on the roll. FCAT, this is what you do. You start talking and you take this pause, and we all think you're done. And then you just start talking again, and we be like, "Oh!" And then you go, and then you do the same pause, and then people think you're done, and then you start going, like, "Bro!" And so, but then when somebody else start talking, you don't stop. And keep going. So we were like, "I thought he was done."
That to me sounds like it's kind of like a nervous tick. That he's like, he's ticking
that's
out.
That's a normal stream of TPG. We all know that.
Anyways,
But yeah, I agree. It's dry right now for PlayStation, and right now they're kind of benefiting from being a platform holder, and that's, well, you're the most popular platform holder, at least in the modern, I guess you could say technology department. So people want to put games on your platform. Although I will say this, while it's not exclusive, it's been financed by Sony as Lost Souls Aside that does come out next month. And then you got Death Stranding 2 the following month. And then in October you got Ghost of Yote. So there's something out there, but you kind of have to warp your definition a little.
Here's one thing that is making PlayStation look good, which is crazy to say this. Xbox is making PlayStation look good,
bro.
And
you
want
all
to know how?
But you guys are acting like they ain't got no new games coming out. They literally just had Forza 5 just launched.
This ain't about
this
games.
is what I was going to say. Oh, go ahead.
Ain't the show about gaming?
No, I'm saying in the comments that they're talking about a console, another box. Beanie said it. Jason said it's
Xbox
not
ain't coming out with another box. What the?
So listen,
they've already said that they're making out.
I need to hurt Beanie's feelings because this ROG Ally that's coming out has nothing to do with Xbox. All it is an AI graphics card ROG Ally. It has nothing to do with Xbox. It doesn't have Xbox on it. It'll have Xbox PC app. It'll have Windows, yes, but not.
So
people are making it out to be.
Microsoft literally came out and said that they set that up with
what
their
did
partner.
They say? They
OEM. They're
put
licensing
a meme underneath the video. That's all they did. They didn't.
Well, that's because that's
announce any official. Like,
no, they
yes,
don't need
this is our thing.
No, I get that, but they don't need to announce stuff. They know just as well as Sony does that the days of announcing things are dead. Look at Sony. Look at Nintendo. We just wait for the leaks to come out now. We got insiders that have infiltrated all the companies.
I think sometimes they be leaking it themselves. But listen, hold up. Let me. I thought one of y'all might have. I thought one of y'all might have said what I was going to say, but you didn't. I think Xbox is making PlayStation look good right now, and here's what's crazy: all these Xbox. So here's the thing: right now, PlayStation has no games. That could be the slogan. Xbox right now has a lot of games, but the crazy thing is they're putting all their games on PlayStation and PlayStation 5 Pro, and developers keep coming out saying, "Oh, the PlayStation 5 Pro is going to have this and that," and I'm like, Like they was just saying, what was the other game? It was just a recent game. Oh, Doom: The Dark Ages. The developers had a PlayStation 5 little I guess like a 5-minute or no, maybe like 8-minute video about Doom: The Dark Ages on PlayStation. And they was like, and we gave it some extra love for the PlayStation 5 Pro. So it's kind of like, damn, like maybe I'll play it on Game Pass, but then if he's still listening, 503 Gaming, he constantly say I'll play it on Game Pass, but I'm gonna buy it on PlayStation. So if you got a Pro, it's almost like, dude, the better version is on the Pro. So it's kind of like Xbox is holding up the ship a little bit for PlayStation.
No. Do you know what you just explained is that what separates the Xbox Series S and the Series X? Okay. That's literally what the developers did. They would make the better game like Madden. Let's use Madden because I know sports games. Madden looks better on the Series X than it does the Series S. Why? Better hardware. Madden on the PS5 Pro, Madden 26, for instance, guarantee you will look better and have different features on the PS5 Pro than it will the PS5. Why? Better hardware. But while yes, Microsoft is making Sony look, they're making the PS5 Pro look good, but they're winning in the end because what are people doing? They're buying. Let's use Doom. What's everybody going to do? They're going to pay $80 or whatever it is for that game. Where's that money going to? Microsoft's pocket. Microsoft, no matter what happens, they still win. It's still a win. It's making Sony look good, but in turn, it's a trickle effect. It makes their platform look good, so more people buy the expensive version and they get more money.
Well, yeah, they decided at some point. They said, "Look," and I'm about to. Let me just bring Ryan in now. Ryan's
we
back.
Each other.
They decided at some point. You know what?
And then I had to change. I got caught in traffic.
Ryan must be out there. He buying coffee or something. So they decided at some point. You know what? We're just gonna put it on everything. And the move is money-wise. Why not? You're gonna have your people buy or get their games on Game Pass. You're gonna have their people get games on PC. And then you're going to have people buy them on PlayStation. So at the end of the day, Xbox is winning as far as financially. I was just making the point that when we say like PlayStation has no games, but now it's like, oh, they got a bunch of games. Like, again, if we look at third party, right? You know, third party for me still beats first party all day. That's my opinion. So, but we look at it in the PlayStation realm, these Xbox games are third party, but they're coming so rapidly. Xbox putting out so many games, and they're coming to PlayStation, but they're getting a PlayStation 5 Pro version, which is like, oh, snap. PlayStation 5 Pro is getting some games. Third party. That's why.
It's dude. The way that they're handling this is fucking genius. I give them props for that because that's something that even Sony ain't doing. So let's be real. Imagine if Sony went around and did that with their games and put that shit on other platforms. Or like the Series X to make the Series X look good, so people would continue buying Sony games or PC. I'll use PC as the advantage.
But there's a reason why you don't see Sony do that, and that's because they don't want that'll devalue their console, so they're not going to be like, why would we do that? You know, put it on the direct competition.
It don't mean anything because it's making Microsoft win in the end. Like, who cares about it? It's not about the console. Everybody's so focused on consoles. That's not what this is. The ultimate game is not.
I get what you're saying. My point is the reason why Sony won't do it is because they still have the mindset of, hey, we need our brand to stick out. And what makes it stick out? The exclusive.
I get that. So I get that. And they're going to lose in the end. They will lose.
Well, why put it on PC?
They will ultimately lose.
So here's the thing. I don't have a crystal ball. But I do believe that Xbox is going to be around longer than PlayStation because I think one, it's again, and we keep talking. We live in the United States, right? So
I know
an American way of thinking is what Microsoft is doing, right? Sony is from another country, right? So they're doing things the traditional way, and I don't see them changing unless they have to. I think the thing is, if Sony deviates, they might get the jump on Xbox. If Xbox just say, okay, we don't care to make a bigger, better box, and then that because there's always going to be console people, and the problem with us in our minds, we've been into console gaming, and well, then again, let me change what I was going to say. The younger generation is different. So, and they're gonna grow up, and they don't have our mindset. Like I watched my granddaughter grab an iPhone and then grab an Android, and she know how to use them both. I couldn't dare do that. So, that is an older thing.
Hey, that's because you're old.
Let's
be
right.
real.
Yeah. That's
You are old.
Hey, old
I think
just
you
means
still
you're a
have
little bit smarter.
You have a flip phone, right? Like the old people phones.
Yeah.
I think they even have a plan for like a cell phone service for you now. It's
We have cricket. We have straight talk and cricket, right?
No. There's another one specifically for people of his age group now.
Oh, hold on. So hold up. Vet's getting on me right now, but I got JD in here. Hey, JD, I'm gonna give you some ammunition. Didn't you say Vet was the flip-flop person? Vet just bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, but a week ago he was saying Xbox. Vet bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, JD, just giving you a little bit of ammunition. And then 50 said, remember Microsoft business model should be everyone's. Xbox killed the brand indefinitely after 20 plus years of Xbox fans got, hey, just want to tell the next year. No, you know what? Just wait until the next year. He said, what up? He said, yes, sir. He got a PS5 Pro. I think the thing is, I'm about to bring the guys back on. I think the thing is, we got to be clear. Phil Spencer said Xbox lost the console war, right? So if you're a console war guy, cool. You get to say, yes, PlayStation won. But I think that with them flipping the switch is going to be very beneficial for the Xbox going forward. So, yes, some people like 50 might not like their decisions. But as far as money, when economics go, it's going to help them be sustained. Imagine if Sega was still in the business and still had a console, but at the same time put their games everywhere. Now, everybody still know and love Sega games. You're not going to be like, I'm not buying Sonic on Nintendo because why, right? It's Sega. You would have been like, oh, damn, look at Atari. Atari ended up putting their games on everything. Xbox is putting their games on everything, simultaneously having a console. Now, we don't know what's going to happen in the next console cycle, but Xbox, for me, is being smart. They're becoming a third-party publisher and distributor and having their own console at the same time. So they pretty much could be like, look, if the Xbox brand got weak, and it has, right? I don't think none of us say it didn't. Guess what? But the Xbox games got stronger. The Xbox game, dare I say, is stronger than the Xbox brand because they acquired, ABK, Bethesda, all these companies that make these hit games. And these games are now known as Xbox games being mass distributed to the world and to everything. So the brand got smaller, but the game library got bigger. And the question is that, what would you rather? Then they have a bigger name? Well, the heads of Xbox felt the name Xbox it wasn't winning. So guess what? They turned the key, and now the Xbox portfolio of games got bigger. And now we can say Xbox have more games than PlayStation. So let me see. Let me see. Hold up. They said Cowboy still has an Obama phone. Y'all laughing. My phone costs $2,000. So see this right here? This is $2,000. All right. You bring up my phone. Let me see. 50 comments are all over the place. He's so conflicted. Said LOL. Xbox is a brand, not a plastic box. It's not hard to understand. Let me see. Let them be everywhere in all markets. Enjoy your Xbox is all I'm saying. I don't care how much money Microsoft makes. More power to them. JD said, I saw Vet in his flip-flops grabbing the PS5 Pro from the back of a GameStop. Oh, man. It's not about money. It's about market shares and diversity. I like what Xbox is doing. I can access my games anytime, anywhere, and all it takes is $20 a month. No, that's powerful for a gamer. Y'all looking at it wrong. There's only one console you can play almost everything on. If I was a new gamer, I'd definitely be choosing PlayStation. I would still choose PlayStation also. I think the thing is, yes, you can. Okay, so when I stopped doing cloud gaming, I said, this is what I think people should do. They should buy a PlayStation 5 and they should get Game Pass and play the games on xCloud. Because you can have a PlayStation 5 games, and if they're exclusive and you can't get them anywhere else, there you have it. And back then, I didn't even know Xbox would start putting their games everywhere, right? I just felt that if you had xCloud, you didn't have to worry about buying a system, and you could play your games on the phone, you could play them on a laptop, you could play them on whatever through xCloud. But now I still made the smarter choice because Xbox games, who would have thought, end up coming to PlayStation anyway. So I do agree with Keelan. Now, you could say, okay, well, I'd rather get an Xbox console because I could get Game Pass and get the games cheaper. That's true. But then there's going to be games that's not on Game Pass, and I feel like you could have just got a PlayStation, and then you would have been able to have access to them all. Let me see. Cowboy, my Fold 4 died. Both screens went black. Oh, snap. I got an S25 Plus. Nice. Console kids. And PC has all games, Sony, Xbox, etc. I won't say that. I feel like PC has the potential to get all games, but they don't get all games. So that's the only problem. And if they do get all games, they take too long to get the games. And I think that's one of my problems with PC. Is just waiting. So before I bring everybody on, let me bring Ryan on first. Ryan, what you got to say about this part? And I want to bring each of you guys on because just so we could get I love hearing what you guys got to say, and sometimes we get a little crazy. Go ahead, real quick.
So I agree. The whole PS5, you got the exclusives, but I'm also huge into VR. Some PlayStation VR games are not available even on PC. Like there's the Call of the Mountain, and unless you mod, which I don't mod VR. I know I can, but I don't. They've got the whole Resident Evil 4, 7, and 8, PSVR 2. Also, the PSVR 2 does hook into the PC. I've got that adapter, but then PC VR is a whole thing altogether. So far as not having games, PC has emulators. I mean, I was playing the high definition version of Soul Reaver 1 and 2 before this last release, which I bought. So I think if you do want to have access to games, the best thing you could do is get a PS5 and a PC. And just even $1,000 PC, just so you know, it's like when you look at games on at least the base PlayStation 5, I haven't messed with the Pro. Right. But with the base PlayStation 5 and the Series X, even $1,000 PC can have. I mean, I've got builds that have 3070s in them that I've already priced, and they will have better textures than even the consoles. If you've played on PC, you know that there's all sorts of different options that you can still make your games look and perform better than the performance versions in a PS5 Pro, any of that.
You could get a 3070 for $1,000.
In a pre-build.
Okay.
Look online. Go to Newegg. They've got a lot of them. I Buy Power. Yeah, some of those. I've got a 4070. I just ordered for $1,500 right now. Well, actually, before I got in the car and drove from Idaho to here, I placed an order for a $1,500 PC that has a 4070 Super in it.
Damn. Okay.
So
I won't pretend I know any of that. It's way over here. But I will say this: my only thing with when some people say emulators, my thing is if you are big into online, because that's what I hear is that if you emulate a game, you can't play online. That's correct, right? You can't. You don't have access to the online.
Yeah, I mean, but there's not games that you're like Soul Reaver 1 and 2. You're not playing that. It's not competitive. Right. It's not an MMO.
I was just saying. Sometimes people like I got a friend, Mr. Ergorow, which loves VR. He would have loved to hear what you just said.
Oh,
but he also his counter is, oh, why get Xbox or PlayStation, Nintendo? I could just emulate them. Like, but if you was playing Destiny, Fortnite, just anything you played online, you can't emulate that because then they will
I haven't.
you.
Yeah, true.
Right.
But that's
Okay.
why you have the PlayStation 5.
Correct. So I like what you did there is what I did. My combo, I felt get a PlayStation 5 and Game Pass for xCloud, or if you had a PC or what, well, get a whatever you could get Game Pass on and don't have to spend the money on that console. So I felt like then I got all the games, you know. But
Yeah.
And then me and Doc Dark years ago we were talking, and he was like, "Bro, you need to make a video," and I made a video, and he said I should. But he said, I told him that the best combo in gaming, and he was like, got to make a video. Imagine having Game Pass and GameFly. There's no games that could escape you. That's wild. That's wild.
I like that. I could, because I have Game Pass Ultimate. So I do have a Series X. It was given to me as a goodbye to a company I was working for. And what I like about that, and I don't care what anybody says, the backwards compatibility that the Series X has, and with the game boost and stuff. I mean, the original 360 version runs at 60 FPS on a Series X. You know, so I like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, let me pop you off and get FCat in here real quick. He's usually quick. All right, FCat. So you're not FCat.
No, I'm more handsome.
Agreed. All right, so let's keep you in here then.
Hey, thank you.
But what you got to say about this whole, if you could choose this or choose that, or on the subject we were talking about?
Personally, if I had to pick and choose what I could want, if I were to game on, PlayStation, PC, just because that cover all my bases. I have no interest in Nintendo. I think Nintendo's kitty shit, but that's my opinion. And yeah, got nothing much to say about that, man. Like at the end of the day, play games where you want to play them, and fuck anyone's got a problem with it. It only affects you at the end of the day.
Listen, bro. You're saying my slogan pretty much without the without the FU, but gaming without limits. Play the games that interest you because you're a gamer. But no, I think a lot of people are saying PC and not Xbox. But I guess if you had a PlayStation, so you could get some of the games that won't go to Xbox or PC, and if you had a PC, you could still get all the Xbox games. So you literally would have everything with that combination.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I will always be team PlayStation, but I'm not blind to their flaws. Right. And, just PC gaming, there's so much you can do with it. And a lot of my nostalgia also is kind of attached to PC gaming. I mean, my dad built my first computer with his help from a friend who worked at Microsoft, ironically enough. So PC gaming is great, but it requires more know-how. And I think that's kind of like the big hurdle for people to get over.
That's what I think. I think if you've been a console person for so long, you're very standoffish to PC. But once you hit that switch and get into PC, like I've seen Q Beanie, he was streaming in the Discord and he was showing me his Starfield, right? Damn, I forget the name of the game now.
Sure.
Starfield was the Xbox game, right?
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. I had to think like, what was that game called again? So Starfield, and he had it all modded with Star Wars, the music, stormtroopers. I was like, and stuff like that. So if I was in the PC, I would be doing the stuff I can't do on consoles. I would be modding. I would be like, my fidelity. I would be playing everything in like 400 frames or something. That's why I would be broke, because I would be the guy like, no, you tell me PC could do what consoles can't. Now my PC gonna do what consoles can't.
And I think also there's kind of like PC gaming requires more money up front, but you save more money down the road. I mean, you with sites like CD keys and stuff like that, you don't have to pay full retail, which is nice because games are getting too damn expensive.
Or everybody who say you just emulated. Allegedly.
That's true too.
Right,
allegedly off a website that might not exist anymore, and they like the Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
All right, let me get FCat in here real quick. Forget FCat. Let's go to Vet Rage Gaming. Look at him in the background, looking all. Hey Vet, you look like you about to Hey man, just calm down, bro. You
no,
look
no,
like,
no. I'm playing. Hey, look, I'm busy playing on my PlayStation 5 Pro. Also, I do want to say that what you said about play the games, whatever TPG said, and you said you stealing my stuff. I'm pretty sure that's actually you stole from Perp, because I'm almost positive every show she does, that's what she says at the end of it, and then all of a sudden you started saying the same thing. So I'm confused at who stole what.
I'm pretty sure she stole Power. How does it go again? What Stadia
I don't
said?
know.
Stadia
It doesn't
said,
matter. She doesn't even really game
yeah.
anymore.
Stadia said the
She
proof
really-
is in the playing, and she stole that. But I'll say this.
Hold on. He stole that from Bill Cosby, because I'm pretty sure he said the proof is in the pudding. I'm sorry. You can't have me doing serious shit. You already know that. My brain don't.
He's here every week. He's here every week. No,
look. Somebody's got to do this shit, because ain't nobody else
somebody got to
crazy
do
enough
it.
to say shit.
No, but bet. So what would be your combo though in gaming, right? Like
I already got it. I already got it now. I got rid of most of my stuff to simplify it down to the PS5 Pro. That covers the Sony side of things. And then I've got the Asus ROG. That's got Windows 11. So I've got xCloud. I've got Xbox on it. I've got Ubisoft. I've got all my launchers, Steam, Epic. If I want Sony games, I can go through Steam and do that. Because I have PlayStation Plus Premium, I can just, if I want to play outdated PS4 games, I don't have to emulate them. I can just use their cloud service. I wouldn't do that, but that covers all of the necessities. I get the day one stuff that Microsoft gives, because let's be real, Xbox doesn't exist anymore. It's Microsoft Gaming. We know that because Phil Spencer already said that when they restructured things, they're getting rid of that name, the Xbox brand. It's like what we wanted Stadia to do. We all said if Stadia came back, the reason that it failed was the name, right? Like they can't come back. Google couldn't come back and do gaming and say Stadia 2.0. Microsoft is going to phase themselves out of the console stuff, that Xbox brand, what we know of it is today, and eventually they're reverting it back to what they started before. When the original Xbox came out, you had games like NFL Fever, and you had your sports games, and I don't know what else they had. I'd have to ask Ray, but they were all under Mike. No, I'm just saying, because he had all of those. That's the thing is, people forget this, that Microsoft was in gaming before there was the Xbox original. So when they brought like NFL Fever 2002, 3, and 4 to the original Xbox, it was listed under Microsoft Gaming. So that's what they brought back. They restructured everything. So Phil Spencer is the CEO of Microsoft Gaming.
Right.
So they've already done that part. But like I said, I've got that. I've got the PlayStation 5 Pro. I've got portable gaming. I mean, I've got the PS Remote Play and the Windows app installed on my handheld. Now I don't need a PlayStation Portal. The ROG is basically my Portal.
Yep.
With a better resolution than the Portal has, mind you. And the resolution, it's going to look better on my device because it'll use the GPU to upscale it. But otherwise, it's still playing the games at 1080p because that's all that Sony allows Remote Play to do. The PlayStation Portal literally just does everything at 1080p. That was part of my trade-in when I got the PS5 Pro. I traded the Portal. I traded a PS5 controller, 2 Xbox Series S's, 4 controllers, a PlayStation 4 controller, and then I ran out the back door, and apparently JD caught me, and I just kept running.
I was using this combo y'all remember way before the PlayStation Portal came out. Put this in a phone, bam, there you go.
Dude, you were doing that with Stadia we all did that with Stadia.
Right.
The whole thing. And let's be real, when it comes to PC games, because I was a PC gamer before I was a console gamer, and I flip-flop back and forth depending on where I want things. Right. There are, I already know that all of the developers have stated this specifically, that nobody owns games. So that means that if I become a pirate, then I can get my games for free, allegedly.
Honestly,
I'm sure there's websites like piratebay.org or something of that nature, .com, .net, whatever, that I can just type in, all right, let me get whatever, Doom, the Dark Ages, and I can download it immediately.
That was real. All right, let me
I don't condone. I just want to say I don't condone that. So please don't. If you get caught downloading stuff, blame Anthony, not Bet. Just saying. Actually,
Bro,
blame FCAT.
I'm blaming
Blame
everything
FCAT
I've been
because
doing on you.
When I promote, going to pirate sites and getting software for free, I just blame FCAT because he's already into conspiracy theories. I figured he's already accessed the dark web.
Actually, you're right.
See?
All right, hold on. Let me
scapegoat.
Let me get him on here real quick. FCAT, what you got to say about this, bro? If you had to
Man, I'm hearing all y'all fussing and fighting console warring about power and price and what's the best combo and all this and that. I got one answer for y'all. You can pull me up, Cowboy, and y'all can quote me on this.
Oh, damn.
GeForce Now dropped the 120 update for GFN on the Shield TV. And both of these are under $200. So you can purchase, subscribe to GFN Ultimate for the 4080, get your 120, and it's going to be more powerful and better than that Series X PS5 Pro. And you're not breaking the bank for super expensive PC.
Again, you have to explain to people this is cloud game.
Easy, simple. You know what I'm saying?
Again, you have to explain to people this is cloud gaming, correct?
Right. This is cloud game, but
and then what
4080 in the cloud.
What service? GFN?
Yeah.
And how much is that a month?
That is, I think it's 20 for the 4080.
Okay. So $20
They also have the free tier, which is perfectly fine. You'll get 60 or around 60. It's not capped.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? If you're not getting capped frame rates like on console.
And I got one question for you. The game that you want to play, it just has to be on GFN, correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, you can sideload xCloud on this thing, like with the xCloud Shield TV thing from GitHub, or the Better xCloud app from GitHub.
What if the game isn't on xCloud and isn't on GFN?
And you can also put Boosteroid on this.
So, and how much is Boosteroid a month?
Boosteroid is actually they're keeping their discounted Ultra Play, which is only $9.
Okay, so you would be $20, $10, or $9. So that's $29, and this thing, just curious, and it's cloud gaming. Interesting.
They also have the remote play apps for Xbox, PlayStation on those. They got
yeah, but my only issue with this is
Steam Link.
So my issue with this is we were talking about cutting the cord, right? Earlier, how it got expensive. Now I'm hearing you talk about how much money the Shield is, pay $20 for the GFN, pay $9 for the Boosteroid, pay for the PlayStation, pay for the I'm just like, whoa.
You're not paying for anything PlayStation.
Yeah, we just went up a bit.
But I mean, if you want to go the free route, GFN free tier,
right?
Watch like 2 or 3 ads, you're in the game for an hour.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of ways to play gaming, and that's why when people's doing the whole gaming as a luxury, that's why I disagree with that, because we just all broke down a couple different ways you could do things to get games at a reasonable price, and so which works for everybody. So that's kind of cool. All right, let me
Game Pass is on GFN also.
That also
they pretty much have every Game Pass game on GFN.
Yeah, and then you'll be playing $20, $40 a month.
Unless you're on the free tier.
Okay, so if you're on the free tier, but then now we're dropping the graphical fidelity. But now we're dropping the graphical fidelity.
No, not really. No, kind of. It's not bad. I mean, you're still getting uncapped frame rates on the free tier. I'm just saying, if you want the cheap, powerful, like option, This is my recommendation for everybody.
Oh, I like it. I like it. All right, let me get to the comments, and then I'll bring everybody back on. And I got to do a better job at getting to the comments because you guys are running away with this. But PC has all games, Sony, Xbox, etc., etc. 50 said, and their only response to a grown A man who buys games if they want them is have fun paying $70. Well, they're about to start saying have fun paying $80. There are some games on Xbox console technically, and PC gets more games. Many don't come to console. I do hear that, Jason, but I feel like show me these amazing games on PC that don't come to console, and I will counter that are probably the indie games that you're looking at like, why am I playing this? I'm just saying. But send me a trailer. Tell me a game to look up that's only on. Tell me a game to look up that's only on PC. We'll pull it up. I'll pull up the trailer and let's see if we all drool over it. I just feel like whenever there's exclusive games that's only on PC, usually you're kind of like, oh, I guess I want to play Drug Dealer Simulator or Car Wash Simulator, or that's just my thoughts though. But I could be wrong. Show me a game. I feel like whenever there's a game that's only on PC, either the graphics is terrible, either it's like just super short, either it's like an unfinished game, it's some indie mess. And it's like, oh, I can see inside of there's a great game. It's in there though. You know what I mean? But again, I love when people challenge me and say, here's a trailer, watch this trailer, and tell me what you think. Let me see. 50 said, and they can play their games on a toaster. Let me see. $70 is 2 tanks of gas. $20 a month is less than $1 a day for some games. Let me see. I'll use my money wisely for the Switch too. LOL. Let me see. 50. Why would you spend the money if you don't have to, bro? And Cubini said PS5, PC, only if Game Pass was on PS5. For now, Xbox stays under my TV. If I want a better version, I jump over to my PC. Well, GameFly is on everything. Let me see. JD said Vet can't get his games PC performing on PC. Hey, Vet, don't let them do it to you, bro. This is the problem with PC. Dudes, they pay all the money for a beast rig and too broke to buy a game. Dang. Now that's a hot take. That is a hot take. Gotta steal games. All right, and I still have my Series X and pay for 2 different Game Pass accounts, Ultimate accounts I've paid for 4+ years. What a flex. Piracy is the only way to actually own your games. Dang. Sadly. Well, here's the thing. Like I said, show me that you could pirate the game, but you can also, play the online versions of the game. You know what I mean? I'm more of an online player to be able to play multiplayer online. So I can't steal my game, pirate my games, and still get to have my way. There's no point in that. You could always buy a retro console and buy them games for a higher price, but still. And new games drop in price as quick as milk expires. I don't get the FOMO people have. Not on Nintendo. I don't see the need to steal games when they go on sale all the time. I don't feel the need to steal games when I could pay for them. I'm just saying. You guys always talk about games. I went to the pool shop like 3 weeks ago, and my wife and I, we walked out of there. We spent over $800 on pool stuff. I could have bought a PS5 Pro or a dark cheap PC, right? With the amount of money I spent on my pool. You could buy stuff if you want to. It's people who complain about other people not buying stuff is the problem. Like, trust me, you're going to spend the money when it comes to the game you want or the console or the PC you want. But you'll look at somebody else and be like, oh, you won't spend what I spend because they don't want what you want. Like, nobody's going to go in the store and spend $800+ money on a pool We bought a pool robot that was over $500. We bought another pool robot that was over 200, over 300. I think it was $260. Just the one that float on top and skim the pool. Who's doing that? But hey, we felt like it. And now your mama knows. Let me see. All PS games are on PC. Switch PC would be the best combo. All PS games are not on PC. Let me see. Except Nintendo games. Piracy is ownership. Stealing is a stretch. PC basically can emulate anything. Here's my thing with piracy is ownership. It's called piracy. So let me see you go to the forum of that company of the game and say, hey, I just emulated your game, and see what happens. Let me know what happens, especially Nintendo games. Physical is going to die. I agree with that. I've been a digital gamer way before all my friends. Mods on PCs are free, Cowboy. Most of them anyway. Yeah, I didn't say they cost money. Pirating games is considered illegal, not if you own it. I don't know, because I know, like, when you have a, not that I know, but when you have a movie and you buy that movie, it literally tell you that you can't make a copy of that movie. Well, okay, you can't make a copy of that movie with the intentions of making money. So I guess that's the same thing with if you own the game. I'm assuming you can emulate it, which means copy it, but you can't sell it. Once you start selling it, then you're in trouble, right? Is that what we're saying? I don't like the business practices of these companies. I don't care if it's illegal, but piracy to me is a moral right. It could be a moral right, not a legal right. Thank you, Jason. A level ahead. All the PS5 games are on PC, so why have a PS5? My issue with that is, if the games are on PC, how long is it coming to PC? You know what I mean? Like, I can't, if there's a game I really want to play, I can't wait that long because I don't want the story to get ruined, like The Last of Us 2. Like, there's certain stuff that I can't wait 2 years for it to come to a PC. You know what I mean? It's the same for Xbox. Why have either one? I'm here, Ryan said. He said, I just had to go offline. LOL. Damn, I'm really behind. LOL, Xbox brand isn't going anywhere. Vet tripping. Wait, did this duplicate itself? Because I feel like I read that. Or I feel like that was earlier on. 23 years and boom, it's gone. LOL, nothing happening. Also, the sales, Ryan Smith said, also the sales they have on consoles will never match the sales on PC. I do hear that. It's illegal, bro, no matter how we want to rationalize it. I'm not saying we can't have ownership, but if there's a law, if there's a literal law against it, then it is what it is. No, yeah, you are right, though. I think Vet is confused. Vet is confused. That's why we call him Flip-Flop Vet. Damn, Vet. He's saying some weird stuff. Vet, you better have a response. Xbox brand isn't going anywhere. A rebrand would be very bad for them. I don't know. I think Microsoft Gaming would be perfect. I have to check some stuff out with the hotel here. All right. VPN is cheap. Don't do that S without it. LOL. Cheap gamers kill me. I do security operations consultants for Evo Hotel, so I'll be back. I love talking to you all. I love talking to you guys. Even the smoke. Nah, it's not a problem at all, man. We try to keep it friendly over here, even when we got some smoke going on. Vet, you look like you doing something illegal right now. Get a Series S and use GFN. Some shite. He said 3 times the combo. Oh, that's the thing. FCAT Gaming. Let me see. You have to buy your own games or use a cheap laptop hooked up to a TV with GFN. Game Pass is on GFN. $40 a month is less than $2 a day. Y'all so cheap. I know you're not talking about cheap when you don't want to buy $80 games on Nintendo. If you on the free tier now, you gotta wait 50 minutes to play. Yep, F that. Love my shield, but $200 plus 40 a month equals $1,160 for 2 years. Just get a PS5 Pro. Damn, you got a good point. Still here. CMG. Oh, Houston in the building. I spent a good bit on my PC rig, and I can still afford to buy games, no problem. Built the 5080 rig in March. Plenty left over to buy games. Them fake gamers done went and bought a Switch 2 after all the talk about pricing. Oh man, that's great. All right, I don't want to take too long to get to the chat again.
Jesus Christ, man! Like an hour and a half fucking chat alone.
That was a bit
So
wild.
to clear some things up, the free tier on GFN, it's only like 2 or 3 advertisements you have to watch. It's not 50 minutes to get it like it used to be.
Okay, so they changed that.
It's actually decently reasonable. Sometimes at night you'll run into the bigger queue, maybe.
Oh, are we back?
I think
are we
we're
back?
Yes, we are back. In fact,
hey,
in the comments.
Oh well, that's because they have to hate on the game, you know. That's what happens when you. That's what. Hey, hold on. That's what happens when you be hating on when you a fake gamer. When you just want to be, when you're a wannabe, that you gotta just rag on people in the chat. The chat's got to rag on something like that. We all can't be winners like myself.
And you know
but real quick though, hold on. I wanted to say this when you were chit-chatting away with FCAT about the whole, let's spend $20 a month on GFN Ultimate, then add the $8 for Boostroid, add the $28 or the $18 or whatever the hell it is for PlayStation Plus Premium. And yes, I know that Game Pass is available on GFN, but you still have to have Game Pass Ultimate to subscription to even use that. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So you're still having to pay that extra, that $17 to Game Pass on top of the 20. So now you're at 30.
You need PC Game Pass. That's all you need is PC Game Pass.
Oh, right. Because people will
cloud this, cloud that, cloud.
No. TPG, zip it for a second. Anthony, this was the point I was trying to make with all of that. You know, the one thing that we have the ability to do that FCAT doesn't with that shiny little GFN magic box he's going to go buy. We can play the same one. We can pick a game that, let's say there's a game on GFN that he'll play on that thing, like Doom. We can play it on our PS5 Pro, but we can play for about, let's say we want to play for 10 straight hours. We can do that. Or we can play for 12 hours. And we could go a whole month. We could do a whole month. And we hold on. We could do a whole month and game all across on our device for over 100 hours, and then you're going to be up shit's creek without a paddle because you got an 100-hour limit. And then they're going to be like, "No, sir, you're going to pay us more money now if you want to keep."
That's why you ride on the free tier.
No, FCAT, that was going to be my point. I think people
the free tier, ain't nobody want to play. Nobody wants 30 FPS BS at 720.
It's 60
on the free tier. No one cares about
60
that.
60 is free tier. And it's uncapped.
No, not even that. Hold up, listen. Not even that. What I was saying was, if you're used to just playing whenever, you were saying like somebody in the chat said 50-minute wait time, and you said it. No, it's not as bad. But just imagine I'm used to just jumping on Monster Hunter and playing whatever, and then I do what you said, and then I'm like, I gotta wait 10 minutes. Just waiting that 10 minutes and like, man.
Hold on. Let me see if I have to wait to load Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh wait, I don't. Look at that. It just loaded right up. Oh my god, there's no wait time.
But to your discussion about the Xbox rebrand, yes, that would be bad because Xbox is an American household name.
Really? So how'd that work out? Didn't Twitter rebrand to X, and now and Elon's already earned his money back?
Call Twitter.
Well, that was Elon's fuck up. That's Elon's fuck up.
But it doesn't matter. It's his company. He bought it. He wanted to rebrand it. That's like buying that's like buying an NFL team. Guess what? If I bought the Dallas Cowboys, excuse my French, I could move them to Houston and call them the Houston Oilers.
But you got to think about it. That's why there's an East versus West or West versus East
we all know
war going on.
But it doesn't matter about. Look,
he got a good
Xbox
point.
is
Wanna know the-
East and PlayStation is the West.
But here's the reality. It doesn't matter what you say because Anthony and I both know East Coast is the best coast. Okay.
Right.
That's it. Case closed.
It
Hey,
doesn't matter.
PPG, you put your
as it
damn
is.
hand down, all right?
Yeah, put your fucking hand down. Ain't nobody got time for
Put
that.
your damn hand down. Damn Washington. What is Washington?
West Washington, Space Needle, Seahawks.
What they were relevant? What 20 years ago?
Hey man,
But-
that's more
but even
relevant than the
though-
fucking Browns have ever been.
Even though Xbox is an American
Hey,
company,
the
they're
Browns
still
make it to the
suffering
Super Bowl every
from the
year.
tariffs. The
Yeah,
worst.
because they
They're
take the
suffering from
chips.
tariffs. The worst.
Oh my God! Here we go with the political. And the
What I
tariffs.
think
I'm just joking.
Xbox gaming would just be a good, not Xbox, Microsoft gaming would just be like everybody would know.
They need to keep the
what that is.
Xbox branding
not-
because that is right. It's a bigger name. Everyone knows
They're not
it.
going to. But they're not going to. They already stated that. They've already been moving everything back to Microsoft Gaming. That's the reality. Is what people are ignoring is that's already happening. There's no CEO. Phil doesn't run the Xbox division anymore. He runs Microsoft Gaming's division.
He's got the
Yeah, but
Mercedes
the
money.
president of Xbox is Sarah Bond.
Right, but
He's the president.
because she's in place right now until they start moving along over to Microsoft Gaming. We have to focus on the fact that what is Microsoft at its core? It is a software company. It is not a hardware company. It has never been.
Windows.
We've seen that.
It's Microsoft Word.
It
and
is a
Xbox.
software. Yes, it is a software company. You had it up until the end. It is a software company at its core. It has always been that way, and it will always be that way. Every time they have hardware, hold on, and I'm gonna round this up, and it's gonna prove my point. Every time that Microsoft has gotten into hardware, they have killed it. The Zune player. Anybody remember that? I'm sure JD does. Windows Phone. Microsoft's VR, the HoloLens, that's in the graveyard.
I totally get that, but
Windows tablets in the graveyard. Every device that will include
I
the
was
Xbox.
just speaking more
brand.
in the branding department.
But
that
think about
the
it,
Xbox
so-
name would be bigger than Microsoft Gaming.
But think about it, guys. Think about
they're
it. To kind of get a little political here, but the current president wants, American-made stuff, and
Dude, Americans can't make shit though. We can't make shit. Why do you
Xbox
think all
is
the
the
best stuff is made in
American.
China?
Xbox is the American gaming company.
And why do you
They-
think Sony is better? Why do you think the PlayStation
Okay, so
5 is better?
I just want to
I'm not saying Sony's better. I'm saying
Guys, can I say this real
just
quick?
because it's an American name,
Any of y'all
and
want to hear
American
each other
made.
talk, or y'all just want to talk?
And that is why
I
Sony
just
is
wanna say
around
something
longer
real
than
quick.
Microsoft in gaming.
I'm just saying because it's American.
Can I say something real quick?
You're right.
Go for it.
Okay, so far as like Trump want to make more stuff in America, that's great. That's obviously a good thing. But you can't make computer parts here because it requires material that we don't have access to, and China's tariffs are huge on those specifically. So I don't know what the hell that's gonna do. So
Nothing. It's going to make him
So
look
it
good
kinda-
on
so it
paper.
kinda goes
it's
to-
gonna cost more to make a console in America than it would in China, and even then, it's still gonna be more expensive than what we're paying now.
And you
So
know
look,
who's going to win?
Look at Keelan's question. He said, "How well will the next Xbox console really sell?" That's the question we should be all asking.
It's not though. It's not because what's the point in buying? Here's the thing. If let's say Microsoft comes out with another console, let's say it's going to be like the box, not the handheld that they're working on. I'm talking like the like the one that would hook up to your TV. If they do that, let's say it comes out in 2027, same time the PS6 will come out, possibly if that's when it happens. But if it does, you've got all the rest of 2025. All of 2026. What is Microsoft's current philosophy when it comes to Xbox? They're putting the platform, the console, the console into the cloud on every single device. They're putting all the games accessible everywhere. Why would someone spend hundreds of dollars on a physical box if they can just access that same stuff anywhere? The reality is Everything is connected to the internet nowadays. That is where the market is moving. That's why Microsoft bought that whole deal. It had nothing to do with Call of Duty. It had everything to do with the mobile side of things, because the reality is, and Valve showcased exactly where the future is going to head towards. It's going to be towards a handheld thing. Why do you think Sony's all of a sudden making handhelds? Valve is working on everybody is doing handhelds now. Because of Valve.
There's also some truth in the idea that Nintendo kind of woke everyone up. Like, hey, this is massively successful. If you can find a way to kind of do this, it might work for you.
Yes, but it didn't affect Sony. It didn't change Sony. Didn't bother Microsoft. It didn't change Microsoft's philosophy. Didn't change anybody. It wasn't until Valve introduced the Steam Deck and everybody started. Then you had the Ace. Then you had Asus. You had LG. Now you've got Microsoft working on one. Sony's allegedly working on one.
You know why that the Switch didn't shake up the game, right? The Switch didn't mess up Sony. Didn't mess up Xbox. You know why Valve shook up the game? Because
it affected them.
Yes, because it was a way to get third-party games. That was what the Switch was lacking, was third-party games.
Right.
So you always had to go to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC for third-party games. Now you get to play third-party games on handheld, and then it was like, oh wait, now that's a market changer because Switch.
But now you also get access to the Sony PC games on the handheld. You also get the Xbox games on the handheld. So what Valve did is essentially what Google did with cloud gaming. They shook the industry up by introducing cloud gaming, and everybody had to rechange the whole philosophy. Valve did the exact same thing. They said, "Hey, look at this," and it continued. And they waited. I get that. It made sense. All these other companies waited. Sony didn't announce anything initially. Microsoft didn't. But as it gained popularity and more companies started making handhelds and more people bought into it, and it became a way to replace your PC, laptops will eventually.
My opinion to Keelan's comment, how well will the next Xbox console really sell? It's going to be tough because apparently their next console is the console PC hybrid, whatever thingy. And I've said on a stream before that you're not going to see this thing being sold at GameStop. Like you're only going to be able to get it at Walmart or Best Buy. You're only going to get it at Walmart or Best Buy. GameStop does not sell PC things. They do not sell third-party hardware things. They're not going to sell or accept trade-in for the ROG Ally thingy that's coming, or their handheld thingy that's coming. Like, they're going to be completely out of the GameStop market. So it's going to be tough.
So, can I give my thoughts on this? How well will the Xbox really sell? That's the question we should all be asking. First off, I think it comes down to price. That's obviously kind of the Achilles heel of a console. It's like, hey, if you're over $500, you really have to justify that price. And like I said, with those tariffs, I guarantee that's going to have some kind of role to play. Now, will it be as bad as they are now? We don't know. The future, we can't predict it. That'll probably actually be, well, they're saying 2027 for the Xbox, right? The next Xbox?
PlayStation.
Okay, so that would, Trump's term ends in 4 years, so we'll see. Second,
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you was done. Go ahead.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's just going to matter if where Xbox is at that point too, because are they in a position where that they could justify a new console, or are they in a position where it's like, oh, this is more of a glorified, third-party handheld device that can play some games, basically where the Steam Deck is now, but with good branding behind it.
I think as a company, they had to make a statement that they'll have another box, right? But I think what they're realistically going to do is watch what they're doing. They're able to put their games on everything and generate income. We know that they lose money on consoles. Why be able to make more money on your games now that they're not exclusive and then go lose money on making a box? It's almost like you kind of got yourself out of this how you lose money, and now all you're doing is making money besides spending money on games being developed, right? So it's kind of like, why would you go back into that hole unless you came out with something that you, like you just said, if something that had great value, something that you felt, oh, gamers is going to want this. This can't be a passion project anymore. Like, oh, we're just going to make it because we think it's, it's going
You
to
can't
be.
make the next powerful console and not have something that separates it from the other consoles on the market.
Correct.
And games don't do it anymore.
Let me jump to the chat real quick. Cubini said a pricing for products. JD said, how is Copilot going? How's Copilot going for them? Oh, I don't know what that is. Xbox is a brand of Microsoft Gaming. It's not confusing. Killing said, Cubini said, Killing Blood, 30 million a gen with the games everywhere is fine. Sales is not a metric they look at. It's only a piece. And Xbox One sold 60 million and failed miserably. Let me say, Xbox Gaming Division also has grown, not shrunk. PS6 is 2028. And that's the future of my dude. And Phil recently said there will always be a box only games. There will always be a Xbox only games that won't go elsewhere, but that's not a metric. So here's the thing. Unfortunately, Phil has said a lot.
Yeah,
so his words.
Man, that whole thing started with 4 fucking games, and where we are now.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe it'll be like the smaller titles will stay on Xbox, but the big ones have to go multi-plat.
Yeah, that's the only thing
your Elder Scrolls, your Fallouts, your Halos, so on.
Yeah. Let me see. Game Pass is exclusive for Xbox consoles. Oh, wait, what? Game Pass is exclusive for Xbox consoles. I'm trying to.
Is it though?
I think he was trying to say it's an exclusive feature, but it's on PC. Literally, there's PC Game Pass.
Day one releases console PC, then time to PS5. FCAT is Doom the Dark Age is coming out on everything day one.
Yeah. No, not PlayStation Cloud.
Well,
FCAT
no, man, we're still waiting for the Last of Us Part 2 on that
thing. It says Xbox. Your GameStop comment makes no sense. And let me see. Internals don't matter. It's probably going to be just the Xbox console. Yep.
You know what doesn't matter, Anthony?
What's that?
You know what doesn't matter? Marvel. They suck now.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Thunderbolts, but
I'm not. It's probably going to fail, just like every other thing that Marvel has. That Disney destroyed.
More
Marvel.
recently, it failed.
Marvel.
Disney has destroyed Marvel. When they killed off Iron Man, Marvel was dead, and they can't fix it. And I'm telling you, when the new Doom comes out or whatever, unless they can find a way to fix it and bring back Tony Stark, it's just going to be another failed, miserable. Failure.
I seen a thing online that said Robert Downey Jr. said he will be reprising the role as Tony Stark. Let me see, in 2027, because they can do both. Cowboy, they cannot just drop 90 million Xbox gamers. They have to keep it going. No, think about it.
They don't. They can do whatever they want.
They got more than 90 million Xbox gamers because Game Pass is on everything.
But it doesn't matter.
Except PlayStation and Nintendo.
It doesn't matter. It's a business. They can do whatever they want. They don't care about.
Well, here's what I'm saying.
If you think they care about you as a gamer, you're delusional. They can drop you like that.
Here's my thing. Look at it this way. You have, if you say 90 million gamers, right? Let's say you got all these gamers that's been paying money on Game Pass, right? You know what they just did by putting their games everywhere? Now they're getting money from PlayStation, PC, Nintendo. So they're going to get money from all over. That's going to make up for the money they would lose on if they didn't come up with a next console.
Anthony,
and they're going to lose money on the console.
Hold on. Don't forget about LG. They just put the Xbox stuff on LG as well. So I can go and buy a game and play it on my if I have an LG TV, I can now go and buy an Xbox Series X game and play it on my TV without having to have a console.
JD said Xbox is going to fail in the handheld market. I think it's still cool for them to come out with a handheld. I think because everybody's doing it, right? Valve and
who said that? Did
JD.
you say JD? It sounded like that's what I thought you said. I thought you were talking about like an actual gamer, somebody that plays games. I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken. That maybe that was the former JD that I knew on podcast.
He's at hardware wide. That makes sense. The hardware wide. So ABK Bethesda.
I had to rag on JD.
Why are we not surprised by that? Let me see.
Xbox to come out with a traditional console right now would be devastating because there's really no point.
It's no point. No matter when they come out with a console, nobody's going to buy it.
If it's a console.
All right, hold on. Let me say something.
It doesn't matter. If they come out with one, nobody's going to buy it. Why would you be stupid and waste money on a console if you can play those games everywhere? By the time that console comes out, they're going to have upgraded xCloud to have the 4K, to have the 120, and be able to buy a game and play it on the service in the cloud, like they've already stated they're working on in the background.
Here's the thing. I don't even think they need xCloud because that game you would have bought and played on xCloud, you're still going to be able to play on PlayStation, PC, and Nintendo. Like,
is that when xCloud comes out of beta?
Hold up. Let me. I gotta say something real quick. So, JD, don't come on in 10 minutes because what I was gonna announce 10 minutes ago is that I'm just gonna call it at a 4-hour show. Like I don't really want to. I do want to play some Monster Hunter.
Yeah, we ain't got time for wannabes to try to.
Yeah, unless you go jump on right now, I'm gonna shut it down in like 9 minutes. All right, so let me read the platform.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Xbox might as well go full third-party publishing. At this point, they already devolved their consoles while selling in hardware. And then Cubini said 90 million Xbox gamers across Xbox One and Series consoles. Not talking about
they would actually make more money just going third party. Forget about the console, or what they're doing is going to make them more money.
I agree,
and that's all that matters. It's not about travelism or console wars.
He's saying 90 million gamers. Where would they do? What would they do? One, those 90 million gamers, they could get Game Pass, or they could buy these games on these other services, right? So let's say they're like, oh man, there's not a new Xbox. What do I do? Well, one, I'm sure the old Xbox is not going to stop working, right? And then two, you could be like, okay, well, PlayStation came out with a PlayStation 6. I'll buy that and still get to play my Xbox games. Or maybe I'll go over to PC and be able to use my PC Game Pass and still get my Xbox games.
Right.
Or I'll just keep playing on my regular Xbox that's probably going to still have those games.
Yeah, a console PC hybrid, that doesn't sound like a forced upgrade to me. Like the Switch 2, that sounds like a forced upgrade because they're releasing actual games that are only compatible with Switch 2. That's going to make people, want to jump over to the next best thing.
All right, so hold on. Let me see what he said. Blood said, while console sales plummet. Now, good point. He said, so if PlayStation went PC only and dropped the box, it's okay with y'all. Oh, here's the thing. I think the problem is...
that's stupid too. But,
yeah, that's the thing. I think
But here's the thing.
He's stuck in the
let me just say this real quick, and then I'll let you go. My thing is, all of what we're doing is arguing, but in reality, what Microsoft is doing with this transition, whether Sony does that, whether Nintendo changes their pattern or any of it, it's not catered to us. We have to, we're so focused on this retarded console war shit. That was our generation of gamers. That's who's still dragging this out. Microsoft has moved on. They may have admitted that, but they admitted that to us, not to the next generation. They're already focused on the next generation of gamers. And everybody that's arguing about this stupid retarded shit now is literally still living in the past and focused on shit that Microsoft isn't worried about.
I take all this and I'm happy.
The community's comment. You can't cold turkey drop out of market after 23 years.
Yes, you can.
Right.
Yes, you can.
No,
you can
you can't
do that.
But if you think it's smart or even wise to fucking just drop out of the market that you spent 20,
No, here's
25
the thing.
years.
Hold on.
25 years, by the way.
Listen. You guys,
how long was... Wait. I'm going to counter this. How long was Sega in business in the hardware business? How long were they in? Up until the Dreamcast, and then what happened?
But they were also failing. That's the big
Doesn't
difference.
matter.
PlayStation decided
aren't the Sony fanboys? Aren't the ponies out there saying that Microsoft admitted that they lost the console?
No, TPG, listen. He is on to something. Phil Spencer came out.
Why would you drop out of the market?
Hold on. I heard you. I heard what you said. Now listen to me. Here's the thing. Phil Spencer literally came out and said they failed. You said they're not failing.
Yeah,
they came out and said they failed. He literally said nothing is going to make somebody all of a sudden buy a new Xbox. He literally said even if the Starfield had the 60 frames, this and that, that's not going to make somebody buy an Xbox. He said they have lost where it comes to consoles. So you said cold turkey. There's not cold turkey. They've let you know. Like,
Stadia
bro,
is cold turkey.
you guys, like,
Stadia was good.
Stadia was
cold
cold.
turkey. Hey, yes, that is correct. Stadia was.
When
but
you're
Phil
a failure,
Spencer said
you
that
can quit cold turkey. When you're a success, you can't just drop it at the drop of a hat.
So wait. So you're hold on. I'm confused. TPG,
They're not dropping out of the market. They're not dropping out of the market of gaming. They're dropping out of the market of hardware. Hardware.
I asked if you were. I'm confused because I know you're a pony, but it sounds like you're trying to defend Microsoft, and I most of the time, most ponies don't defend that. They are laughing.
I'm on team.
But they did.
I'm on team TPG. I want Xbox to still make consoles, but they also need to have something different.
They're not going to.
More powerful hardware.
They already admitted that they are done with the consoles. Like I said, they're not. They will make hardware. They're not going. I didn't say this, but they will make hardware. They're moving to the handheld market. That's why they bought King. That's why they got that Activision deal, was so they could transition. Eventually, they were going to go to mobile gaming, but the market shifted. Instead of mobile, it went handheld. Hence why
y'all heard Overwatch 3. Overwatch 3 is coming to mobile, right?
All right, guys. Hold on, I got to do this. I'm sorry. Coming in is JD MX. Let's go. JD, what's up, bro?
What's good? What's good?
I'm about to close the show, and here you go. So come on, let's jump in there, bro. Fire at me. Let's go. What you got to say?
Yeah. Real quick. Xbox lost the console war. It is dead. It is over. We don't need to hear about it no more. They are a third-party publisher. They are producing games, and they're a great publisher. They have great games coming out. That's what Xbox is now. As far as like PlayStation owning games and all this buying this and buying that, look, you're going to get a better value wherever you feel like your games are going to be played on. But PlayStation is offering the most value because it's a console system, because they have VR, because they have a portal, because they're coming out with a handheld, because you can play Xbox games. And not only can you play Xbox games on PlayStation or whatever, it's going to be better. And those games coming to PlayStation games coming to PC. Yeah, it's coming to PC, but when is it coming to PC? Most of those games aren't even optimized properly for PC. So you're not really getting the best version of a PlayStation game on a PC, even though you can play it on a PC. Nintendo console, everybody's talking about, I'm not getting the Switch 2. Now it's all sold out. So you love freaking handhelds. PC gamers love handhelds and Steam and all of that stuff because it's more powerful than the Switch and they can play it on the go. And that's why that's booming off. So Microsoft is doing well, will do well in the handheld space because Game Pass is on everything and because they have great games coming to different platforms. PC games will do well, but the PC games that you talk about, you can't play on PlayStation. Like you said, and it's only the indie games. It's only certain type of games, Counter-Strike, like those type of games. That's the games that PC gamers be playing. Talk about, oh, it's not coming to PC. I mean, not coming to PlayStation. The top 10 games on PlayStation are the same games on PC. The multiplayer games, the Fortnites, the Call of Duties, you know what I'm saying? Apex Legends, stuff like that. So you can get that on PlayStation, you get that on Xbox, you get that, Nintendo, whatever. So that's what I gotta say.
Damn, bro, you came in and just body. I mean, I can literally just hit the end button on that. Bodied the whole conversation. Anybody in the chat got anything to say about that? I'm just curious. Mr. Earl in the building. What's up? Did someone just say VR? Oh, you missed it earlier. This guy Ryan was on talking highly about VR. Sony has handheld now. LOL, y'all tripping. Let me see. Did he say Valve? And Spider-Man was under 1 year. Hey, bro, either way, you had to wait for that. All right. So welcome, JD. I think it might be nemesis.
Did you leave?
No. Hold up. No, he ain't my nemesis. We about to start a podcast again because it sounds like we was on the exact same page. I said it one way, and JD basically said it the exact same thing in his version of it, but it's ultimately the same damn thing we both said.
Pretty much.
Exactly where what I said was Xbox is moving away from physical consoles. That's why Phil came out and had to admit it. They're moving into handhelds.
Hey, Vet, you do realize you look like Mario with that thick mustache right now, right?
Yeah.
I just been thinking about that.
I know. Allegedly, I know that the lawsuit from Nintendo. I already pissed on it. Mailed it back to.
You about to hear something knock on your door? It's me, Mario.
Hey! Look! I will smack that little mushroom
And he's
head
holding,
right back and ship him back to Nintendo.
He's holding a summons the court.
Well, look, none of us know what's going to happen. It's always good. So listen. None of us know what's going to happen. It's always good just to talk about it. Obviously, these are our opinions. These are our assumptions off of what we've seen, what we've heard. But again, anything could change. So we don't know. It's just like Phil Spencer saying there's only going to be 4 games. Anything could change. But at the end of the day, look, as long as you guys find a game you like and you're playing them, cool. It doesn't matter where you play, what you play. As long as you play, you're cool with me. Because
like Morris says, that turned out to be a lie.
Listen, bro, you can't the power is in the playing. And there's levels to this. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say one last thing? I want to say one last thing.
Ahead,
we're talking about. I agree with that. This conversation is dead. This conversation is dead about platforms. Because at the end of the day, like you said, Anthony, whatever you want to buy, you're gonna play it. You're gonna play where you want to play. Right? And so there's sales all the time. So I'm getting tired of people complaining about how much games cost, how much this costs. There's a sale every freaking month on all platforms. So I don't get this. Except for Nintendo exclusives. They have sales.
Hold on. Hey, just like somebody had said mentioned CD keys a while back in the show. There are other sites that like Fanatical Games sells Xbox games. They sell Nintendo stuff less than what Nintendo sells it for. Well, there's always places that you can get discounted prices on games. There's never an excuse.
Only issue
is
the
question mark behind
hold on, real quick. Here's on the same topic. The only issue is digital games take forever to go on sale. If we're being honest, that's the problem. Because I am a digital game.
And I was going to throw in, there's a question mark behind the whole digital game card things for the Switch too.
That's to me. You said digital sales, digital games takes a long time to go on sale. Bro, there's a sale every freaking month.
But JD, I gotta be honest. Hold up, I gotta be honest, JD. There's stuff that I put on the wish list for PlayStation, and that thing ain't going on sale for like 5 months. I'm gonna be honest.
But
they do have sales all the time, but that don't mean the game you want is going on sale.
JD, you know we're talking to someone that still uses dial-up. He don't know anything about the internet and where to look things up like you and I do.
I said digital game. Digital game.
That's all I buy. My whole thing is digital, bro. I don't know.
Dude, tell me why I have 29 games installed on my PS5 Pro and I still got about 400 gig available space to download more shit, and I don't know what else to get. I'm running out of ideas of what. Like, I'm at this point, I'm like, do I just install random shit just to fill up the space and see how many games I can get? And someone was like, "How do you have that much?" I was like, "I don't know. It came with 2 terabytes of storage." Oh, you bought an external hard drive? I said, "No, no, my PlayStation just has that storage."
But I say all that to say, with the sales and stuff, I say all that to say we should be talking about the actual games. There should be no reason in 2025 unless you're bad at doing your own budget for your money, you should be playing some type of game. We should be having discourse about the actual games and not about freaking platforms.
I agree. I'm over here spending $900 on pool supplies, and people crying about $70 games.
Can someone also? I'm confused. Why does the Xbox controller when I went from the PlayStation 5 controller and then I got that Series S with just the regular Xbox Series controller, the XS, whatever, and then I went back to the PS5 controller with the Pro. Why the hell does it seem like Xbox makes their controllers for babies? Like you got little baby hands. That thing looked like, I swear to God, either my hands got bigger or those controllers are designed for little kids.
Hey, listen, hey Vet, you looking like Mario. You could have ate a mushroom and you said, you know what I mean? All right. So
he's been working out his hands too much.
Look. I'm sorry that you're jealous that I got facial hair and you look like.
Yeah, you ain't gonna lie. This definitely doesn't grow. So look, hold up. Jimini fired back. He said the next generation Xbox console is reportedly slated for 2027 release,
which is the same time as PS6.
The Xbox Series
Dead
X
on arrival
alongside the console, mine handheld and new controller.
Who is QB? Who is he? Wait, hold on. Who is he? Anthony, who's this Cubini? Is he like a legitimate person, real person?
I mean,
so the thing Cubini
you know what?
was
It doesn't matter who he is. It doesn't matter because he ain't got no sense.
The thing that Cubini was hype about, they actually showed the patent for it recently. The cloud controller thing, the cloud only controller. They come out with that as a patent. The actual patent.
Like the Amazon
they
Luna
can release,
controller or
like
the
a Stadia controller, like a Stadia controller, like a Stadia.
Yeah, that's already been. It's already been done. What's to get hyped about?
They can release whatever they want to release. Doesn't mean it's going to sell well. They can do all that. They can do a premium Xbox console, but I'm telling you guys now, it's going to be DOA.
It already is. It ain't. The announcement made it dead on arrival.
Nowhere in. I think if we being serious, all jokes aside, I think the issue is the reason why Sony doesn't want to put their stuff all over because they want their box to sell. Xbox, because they get an ideal of the human beings will get behind something if they feel you're behind it. If I feel it's called leadership. If I'm like, all right, we riding with Vet starting the podcast. Vet's always been in the game. I could believe that. If I'm like, I'm riding with FCat always like this game and that game. So just making an analogy, calm down. But my thing
is that why you didn't show up?
No, but think about it. That's
no wonder you didn't want him having a show on your channel.
But look, that's humans, right? So I think the thing is, it's going to be a hard sell if they say they showing the world that you got the most hardcore Xbox fans upset, feeling like they're not catering to them as a console. So I'm not saying they're not going to come out with another console. I just think if they do, it's probably going to be more low end, and it's going to be like a Nintendo. Nintendo came out with a Switch that was underpowered. They came out with a Switch 2 that's underpowered. I think Microsoft would be like, okay, we'll come out with something that might be a little bit more powerful than the Xbox Series X, but it's not going to come out to compete with whatever PlayStation is going to have. I think that's what they might do.
That's a waste of money.
No, hold on. Literally, real quick. The waste of money part is I think they seen success in the Series S selling because it was cheaper. The Nintendo had success because it was cheaper. So if PlayStation come out with a $700 console, but the year before, if we going by Cubini's math, the year before Xbox come out with a, call it $450 console, right? Or $500 console, but maybe it won't have 28 teraflops, but it'd be like 16. Maybe it might be as powerful as a
Oh no,
PlayStation 5 Pro, but you know, less the cost. I can see them doing that.
You tripping. You tripping, Cowboy. Whatever this next Xbox is gonna be, it's gonna be 700 just like the Pro.
Okay, well maybe I'm
more.
just saying that I think power-wise, I'm just saying I think
FCAT, you're delusional if you think that that's a success. If that's what they are going to do, that's a failure, and they're losing a shit ton of money.
What I'm saying is, I think whatever they're going to do,
isn't going to be like the Nintendo Switch selling out, the Switch 2 sellout thing.
No, that's my point. I think there's going to be cheaper, so they won't lose that much money. So they'll be able to appease people and say,
you are not see cheaper no more.
Hold on, okay, we still got an Xbox console. It's not as expensive as our competitor is going to be, and you still could play the new next-gen Xbox games. I just don't think they're going for power anymore.
Why would I want to spend any of that if my TV or my computer or my phone or my tablet or my Samsung TV, my LG TV, whatever device I have can already play those games? Why am I going to spend 300, 400, 500, 600, whatever? Why am I going to spend any of that?
They're catering to the hardcore Xbox fans.
Correct.
But those hardcore Xbox fans, but here's the thing, those hardcore Xbox fans are not going to want to buy a low end console.
That's like the Series S. They was pumping up the Series S as a beast. You know what I'm saying? They'll buy
Series S is it. That's going to be the cheapest thing you're going to get. Because what I'm saying is, going forward, all these gamers are, complaining about price. Dude, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, bro,
everything's going up in price.
Going
Dude,
up.
It ain't just it ain't just gamers. It is not just gamers complaining about pricing. Everybody is. Have you seen the fucking price of eggs? Dude, I'm about to have to start going to Baltimore to start buying them on the corner. At the rate we're going,
it's going to be coming more.
I'm about to be selling them. I'm about to be pimping JD out to sell my eggs.
My point is that I'm not saying that it won't be expensive, but I think in terms of, I think it's gonna be more low end. Meaning it might cost money, but it's not gonna be as expensive as a PS5. That's what I think. I mean a PS6.
Even if it has lesser, even if it has lesser specs, it's still gonna be higher price. Maybe 600. Maybe 600. Okay, I'll give them 600.
Maybe
for the next Xbox.
It doesn't matter. It's dead on arrival.
BD
Why
said,
are you keep saying that they're going to come out with a console when they already admitted that they lost? They're not worried. They lost.
No, but they did. But the only thing is, Vet, they did make a statement that they were going to come out, that they're planning on coming out with something next. So they did make a.
But here's the thing. If they're planning, yes, I understand that they are coming out with something. That means that they've already started working on it prior to that announcement that they lost. So yes, they will come out with it because it was already being produced probably 2 years ago.
Right.
There's no way that they started making a console. They're going to start and launch it with it this year or next year, and it'll be ready. They were already doing this. This was already planned after the latest console. They just, once they have it designed and everything, they just got to modify it with the updated tech.
Right.
But they've already admitted that that's why they're saying, yes, we're coming out with one more. That's it. Because we are there, but they can't say, hey, we already started this a couple years ago, even though we lost. We didn't know we lost.
Well, I think what people have to remember. So Jason just said it's been approved, not just a statement. Here's the thing: we have to remember these companies can change their mind. To Vet's point,
right.
They could have made a statement all they want and decide not to do it. So we got to remember that. People keep holding these companies to what they said. They can change their mind because remember, only 4 games was coming to PlayStation.
But here's the other thing.
Officially, nothing's confirmed as a console. It's just hardware. They just call it hardware.
Here's the thing, though. Also, when it comes to Microsoft, they've also done this before. When they had the foldable, they were going to do the Surface Duo, and they had another Surface device that they were going to come out with that would have had Windows 10X. They scrapped that whole fucking project and just pushed out Windows 11 instead, which was Windows. They had a tablet. It was a foldable tablet that was a little bit probably I think 7 or 8 inches. But it was supposed to be a foldable tablet to go along with the Surface Duo. That was the foldable phone. They scrapped the tablet. They got rid of that operating system, and that's what happened with Windows.
it happens.
Why?
This is a good question. Keelan said, "Where is the biggest technological leap in gaming history at?" Honestly, I think the biggest
Sega.
leap was that.
Dreamcast.
I think the biggest leap was when PlayStation 2 went to PlayStation 3. Probably.
Nope.
That was
But
probably
is he asking currently? But is he asking like currently? Where's the biggest leap at?
I'm not really
He's
sure.
talking about the Cerebon promised hardware thing where she called it the greatest technical leap in hardware.
Let's say Xbox.
Dude,
went
the cool.
handheld
Hold
over
on. The greatest
Oh, yeah.
technological piece of hardware that's ever been made was by Sega, which was the VMU, because nobody has ever reproduced that. Nobody has come out with anything close to that, because that was the only
PlayStation
device.
3 cell technology. Sorry, bro.
No,
Keelan's
dude, the
comment
VMU,
to
bro. I
answer his
could play football on that VMU, and nobody could see my plays when I was playing against a friend locally. If I played Madden locally on any device,
didn't the Wii U kind of do that with the little handheld thing you had?
Nope, because you could still see the plays on the TV. Okay. Your opponent, if you had let's say your brother was next to you, playing football with you, they could still see the plays on the TV when you're selecting them. The VMU was literally the plays were on that little device.
You could do it with the PlayStation 3 and the PS Vita, bro.
Man, get it. Ain't nobody even care about that Vita. That thing was waste. That thing was junk.
But you could do it. But you could do it, though. You could do it, though. My point stands. PlayStation 3 cell technology was the greatest technological leap in gaming.
Out of all of it, I would say no.
Cowboy. I'm about to answer Leland's question.
The 60 gig PS3.
I'm gonna pull FCAT up. I'm gonna
answer this question because
another 15 minutes. Do y'all think GTA 6 is actually releasing this year, or will it get delayed? That is a good question.
It is getting released this year. They already shared the release date with Sony. Rockstar already told Sony the release date.
So
and once again,
yeah, pull me up. I'm gonna answer Leland's question about the greatest technical leap.
I'm asking you, what's the release date?
11/11.
All right.
But yeah, here's your greatest technical leap in hardware, Keelan. This is it. The Windows 365 link. This is what Cerebon was talking about.
You're so stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Get the fuck out of here.
This came out the time that she promised. This came out holiday last year. No, this year.
Man, you better.
Was it last year? Yeah, last year. 2024. Holiday 2024. That's when it came out. That's it.
Man, dude, that thing is forbidden. Hold up. I'm about to smack FCAT. Hold on. Put his ass in timeout. Let a real person talk. Let the adults talk. Put him back at the kid table, because that piece of crap thing that you just showed, that was one. It is a cloud machine. It is for businesses, companies, to let their employees access remotely. It is a remote device. So one, you have to have it connected to the internet. There is no operating system. The only thing it does is it boots up and it logs you in via a browser to your computer at work. It gives you access to it. But it gives you access. It gives you access to Microsoft Edge, and it gives you access to the web versions of Office. And then it will also occasionally throw in a blue and a green screen of death, because it's Windows, and that's
all right. Nobody cares about that. Can take its time. I'm not in a rush for it. I'll play it eventually. I don't even care about GTA 6. Honestly, I give you my cowboy hot take. I think GTA is the most basic video game there is. You literally do nothing special but steal cars and ride around. Now, I'm not saying it's not fun.
What are you talking about, man? Hold up. I have never once stolen a car in that game, allegedly. I've always ended up at some club, and there's scantily clad ladies there doing weird shit. And then I end up in a parking lot with other women doing, where I'm dropping $100 bills. And then when they say, call me a name, I murder them. So I'm just saying, I ain't killing.
I don't care for GTA Online, but my wife plays the crap out of GTA Online, and she loves the business stuff. She loves making money and doing the business.
Hey, I go online and I trolled. Now, I will, if y'all want to hear something real, I did get an email from Rockstar like 2 days ago because apparently some little kid reported me. I don't think it was a kid. It was because allegedly I may have called somebody to speak. Like they were saying something in, I don't know what language. I think it was like a sand language or, Iraq or somewhere overseas where nobody cares about. But anyways, the result was that I said, no, the result was that I said, bro, if you're gonna cuss at me, and I had Gemini open on my phone, so it was translating everything this dude was saying. I said, if you're gonna cuss at me in your weird foreign language that no one knows, at least do it the proper way. When you're playing with the Americans, speak American. And then I had some dude chime in and be like, bro, you sound stupid now. It's English. I said, oh, I'm sorry. Did the United States label English as the only language? Because I went to McDonald's and I couldn't even order because I don't speak Spanish or whatever. And I can't get my clothes cleaned.
You're killing the last bit of our time with this whack story of yours.
Hey, you shut up. But the result was that Rockstar said, "Don't do it again, or they're banning my account." Granted, it was also because I may have said
you're gonna be playing on a potato soon. There's gonna be nothing you're gonna be able to play on.
Look, I've only been banned once permanently from, like, I had my address blacklisted one time, and that was because Warner Brothers got butthurt that I was, downloading movies that weren't even released.
Eugenie said GTA Online, I own over 100 cars. I don't steal anything. That's a lie. You can't tell me you just don't walk down the street and be like, get out that damn car. Everybody got to do that.
I don't do that.
He's pirating. He's pirating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Hey, look, piratebay.org, baby.
When I used to play GTA, I called myself the sidewalk killer. I would just drive down the sidewalk like do.
Oh, I thought you said cyborg killer. I was like, damn, what did Ray ever do to you? Just because you lost that fight up against him, that battle
man,
that
he always attack me in Red Dead and set me on fire.
I know, but I was there when SPG was the referee between you and Ray, and I'm pretty sure you lost that one too.
Whoa, that is not true. That is not true.
Bro, I swear I saw the evidence, and I even heard through the grapevine that you edited the footage to make it look like you won. That's what the rumors were saying. Damn.
That is a lie. Let me get
you might need a rematch, is all I'm saying.
Let me get some final thoughts from you. Let me get some final thoughts from you guys. Even the people in the chat, let me get some final thoughts from you guys. So I'll say this. Here's my final thoughts. Man, gaming. I can't live without gaming. I can't live without watching wrestling. I can't live without going out. Well, I could probably live without going out to eat. I can't live without going to the movies. But it's just entertainment for me is what we personally do that makes us who we are. And at the end of the day, I think JD is right. The console war thing is definitely pretty much done. Especially even if you do console wars, Phil Spencer is the head of Xbox and said they lost. We could just leave it there. But people are still gonna, do it because
panels are gonna keep bringing it up.
Right, it's never gonna stop, and people are always gonna find a way around it. What it used to be is if you put your game on the competitor's platform, that was a sign of weakness. But people are taking it and saying, well, they're gonna make more money. So like people can always spin stuff. At the end of the day, I just hope you guys are playing the games you like because you like them and not because a company made them, and just enjoying gaming. I know I'm waiting to play this Edition 33. I'm loving the hell out of Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll be playing. Actually, if you guys didn't know, I stream it on Tuesday nights. FCAT thought it was gonna be dead. I've been doing it for like 2 months now, but once I end this stream, I'm taking maybe like 20 minutes to myself, and I'll come back on and play it. Whoever want to play it, I'll probably be trying to help my wife level up some more. She just beat the game, and maybe help her level up some new stuff. I know my son will be on. But with that being said, that's all I really got to say about gaming as a whole. I just love it. I'll keep playing what I like to play, and I'll keep listening to you guys argue and debate over it.
Whoa,
Go ahead, Ben,
bro.
take it away, Ben.
Hey, look, I just say play the games, and it doesn't matter if you're gonna argue. Take it outside. Duke it out somewhere else. I don't really care about it. I'm gonna troll you anyways because I'm just better than everybody, and that's just the bottom line. But I will say, Anthony, when the next wrestling game comes out and I get it, I'm gonna drop you like
hey, I'll be waiting.
I'm gonna drop you like you are Santino Marella.
Hey, you get hit with the cobra.
I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna be running about 24 miles an hour and knock your ass out like Braun Breaker.
It's 23 miles an hour.
Well, he's gonna get a little faster soon enough.
Yeah,
he's got the wise man. He got the wise man in his corner now.
What's your final thoughts, man? What's your final
thoughts? I don't know. Episode 3, Last of Us is dead. Marathon is a garbage fire. Clear Obscure Expedition 33 is a 1-button game. And
wow.
Looking
What
forward to Doom Dark Ages. Like
I heard that's a 1-button game, and it's DEI and woke as well. So it's probably
oh wow.
rival.
Yeah, remember Doom's woke now. Remember?
Yeah. It's like super.
All right, JD, what about you, man? Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it, man, that you got to pop in. You extended the show by half an hour, but hey, man, we gotta do it for you, man. You're the guy, bro. And
hey, I
and always to hear you come on here and trash talk vet, I love it. So
Whoa, bro. What JD's about to tell you is that JD and Vet about to have a new show coming out. We talk real talk.
I would love it. Y'all better have me as a guest too.
So I only have one last bit of news before JD goes. Apparently, they laid off a bunch of people at Respawn, and there was actually a Titanfall extraction shooter game they were working on, and it got canceled.
Well, that's because it was woke.
Yeah, no one cares about the game. You can't miss what you never had. I don't know why cancel games is such a big thing now. It's the craziest thing ever. Everybody's like, guess what? They had a game that was canceled. Like, okay, I never knew it existed. Move on. But anyway,
where's the trailer?
Right, exactly. Where's the trailer? I didn't even get excited. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, final thoughts, real quick. Thank you, Anthony, for extending the show. I appreciate the love. Thanks for letting me come in, man. I just enjoy your content and keep doing you. Hey, for Vet, my final thoughts are, hey, man, your streams are looking gaming streams now that you got the PS5 Pro. You don't went from tech support to playing the video games, so you headed in the right direction. My
well,
man.
I got a promotion from president of gaming to now I'm the CEO of gaming. It's kind of like being at Microsoft, except now I got a real job and I don't have to worry about Phil Spencer or Harrison looking over my shoulder with a memo.
And last thing, just everybody, man, everybody in the chat, everybody on the pedal, man, just go and enjoy the games that you love. Go enjoy the platform that you love. I want to hear more conversations about the actual games and not these stupid handhelds and consoles and hardware stuff. Like let's dead that.
Yeah, bro. If you're gonna talk hardware, go to a hardware channel. I mean, there's plenty of that shit on the YouTube. This should be a gaming channel.
That is a great point, man. I think it is time. Like, I would love for us to be on here and be like, remember Infamous? I'm like, bro, I like Prototype. Like, yo, but Infamous. Like, I would love to have these debates with game versus game. I'm tired of
Anthony, that's what it used to be. That's what it used to be. Games versus games, not hardware versus hardware.
Anthony, I will hit you up tomorrow. I got an idea.
Okay.
But I'll hit you up about something we might have to do next week.
I'll be waiting, bro.
But we'll need JD available as well.
Let me close this thing out with the
go ahead, bro.
And everything. I appreciate it, man. Both of you guys coming on. Vet, you my guy, bro. Next time I call you, answer that damn phone. I'm gonna get in my helicopter. I'll find you.
Bro, even the Black Hawk helicopters can't find me. The only ones that can are the military, but that's because I still have to check in every now and then.
Also, I do want to say this, all jokes aside. Vet, I appreciate the inspiration that you've been giving me over the last couple months.
Bro, you've been killing it lately, man.
It's been cool to be a little more edgy, and
I think the community. I hope the community's noticed that fire, that passion has come back. That's the only reason I'm doing it, man. You was starting to make me seem like if I move to Florida, I may as well check into whatever nursing home you were living at.
Nah,
I can see the difference now, man. You are way more on top of things and way more back to that old passion itself that you were back on. What got you fired from Stadia Source?
Hey, that's funny.
Hey, look. What's
what
his
people
name?
don't know what
What's his name? That's
hold
what
up, real quick.
I was trying to get.
Real quick.
Avery, there we go.
So if people don't know what I'm talking about, this is my most recent video, and check it out. This is a little clip. People that watch your content, you might have helped a lot of them out. And I'll say this too. For any of you silly little Dark fans,
I don't fuck with you. You little stupid ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
if you got a problem with the Cowboy King of Entertainment, I keep telling y'all.
You little dumb ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you.
Bro,
it's all love, though. It's all love.
Hey, when I saw that those snippets added in, dude, I was done at that point.
I said that. You gotta watch it to the end. I said just watch it to the end.
Bro, that shit was fucking hilarious.
Oh man.
But yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, but hold up, real quick. Now I gotta do one other thing.
You ain't never gonna get out of here.
I know, right? One last thing that I want to show. Now that Vet got me going crazy over here. One last thing. Yeah, this right here. What's going on, guys? This right here. All right, hold on. I gotta do this. See, this is Vet. This is also Vet's doing. I just want y'all to know that.
Oh shit.
Guys, you just watch this.
There we go.
So also Vet, I felt I was inspired to do
have $80 games because why not? That's what they do. You give the power to these companies to charge more and they will charge more. See, they got to try to inch. I give them credit. I always say a business is made to make profit. So you got to give them that inch. But you gamers is what give them the reason to take a mile.
Don't give them that hammer. You and I are way smarter than this.
And Doc Dark, he's a nice guy.
Man the fuck up.
But the cowboy isn't so nice. You guys remember when Eminem said this?
Smith don't got a cuss in his rap to sell records. Well, I do. So fuck him and fuck you too.
Well, I'm gonna call a spade because Purple Haze, Doc is talking about you.
All of a sudden, I see Nintendo fans and Sony fans becoming experts in supply chain management. They become experts in tariffs. They're becoming experts in inflation. And inflation, you know what an inflation calculator is? No, you don't. Shut your mouth.
Just based upon inflation alone, that the price of a $60 game during when Switch 1 launched is actually the same price.
Shit, this is great.
Almost as basically an $80 game today.
That's
fantastic.
This is all you, bro. I wasn't making this content 2 months ago, bro.
I know. It's so much. You know what, though? To be fair, though, Ray is getting on me about making you do this content. He said, he said that to me this morning or this afternoon when he joined the Discord. He's like, Vet, why are you doing that to that poor man? Why don't you just let him be retired and just live that life down at the beach, running with his wife in the water? I said, Ray, you're just jealous that you stuck in California and he's in Florida living it up. It's not my fault your wife doesn't want you to go live that luxury and get stuck in California.
Well, it's been funny because we've been talking and you've been like, come on, bro. I know you've been joking, but you've been still like sticking it to me, you know? You're like, bro, you was so edgy. And I used to have fun, you know, doing some of the edgy stuff. Now I'm obviously being, you know, I'm not really trying to push buttons, but I am pushing the envelope a little bit, and it is fun.
But the thing is, we know that we're pushing what we're doing versus back then when we were just, it was still like, we know how far to go now. That's the difference.
Correct.
So we know, and it's funny to watch how people react now because they react the same way they did back then.
Right.
And it's great. Like nothing's changed except we're smarter than everybody. That's the best part of it.
Back then was the Wild West. It was all these people meeting, and we was just wild. Like we was a bit crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll chat tomorrow about my idea for a show. I think it'll be fun.
Oh man! All right, man. Well, let me close this thing out. I'll definitely talk to you.
I'll pop into your stream.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
I'm gonna try. Okay, see ya.
All right, later. All right, guys, that is my man Vet. Guys, thank you all for hanging in here, man. This has been a very rocking show. Like, we've had a lot of debates. Different people got to debate. We talked about a bunch of stuff. My man Q Beanie in the building. Blood, you have been killing it. Great info. And I just want to tell you guys in the comments are as important as the people on the show, because you guys help keep the show going. You guys with all the questions, like, I love Blood. You've been putting some great questions out there. Kimbini, you've been having some great responses. Thank JD for jumping on, Vet for being on here, Jared, man, Jake Gaiman jumped in the building at one point. FCat was on here. Ryan jumped in here. Haven't seen him in probably 2 years. So I just want you guys to know it's much love. I like to facilitate the show, but it's still our show. You guys could definitely hijack the show as wrestling terms. If it's popular, if people want to talk about it, bring it up, and there's nothing I won't turn away from, as long as it don't get me kicked off YouTube. But I appreciate you guys, all of you. So let me just see. Blood said, I have 3.67 KD in GTA 5. Damn. I own my rides. They spawn instantly. No need to oh, come on, man. You have to drag an old lady out of a car once or twice. All right, Rich said he'll be there. Oh, Rich, it's going to be dope, yo. We are blessed gamers. Lots of V. Let me see. Phil said they lost the worst generation to lose. To clarify, yeah, he definitely did say that. But he was alluding to going into the next generation, they just wasn't the popular choice. Lots of different ways to play and so many games to play. Good show today. Lots of good conversation. Yeah, it was really good, Blood, and you added to it, bro. I appreciate it. Doom has to be woke to be day one on PS5. LOL. But listen, you guys are great, man. I appreciate you guys being a part of it. I'm going to get out of here, play some Monster Hunter, probably in about 20 minutes. I still try to read the chat and chat with you guys. So if you want to pop over to that, we definitely could do that as well. I'm not as focused because I'm trying to kill these monsters. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm going to get out of here. Good night, Mom. Oh. And now your mama knows. Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment. And now your mama knows.